Ja, hallo und herzlich willkommen hier zu unserem Modellbaukönig Uhr Mig Special, zu der Live-Vorführung von dem Godfather of Weathering, kann man ja wirklich sagen. Ich würde sagen, wir starten die Veranstaltung. Wir haben eine Pause, halbe, dreiviertel Stunde ungefähr von 13 Uhr und nochmal eine so um 16 Uhr, dass man mal sich erleichtern kann, was essen kann, einmal durchatmen kann. Und die Show startet jetzt in English and Mick, you can start it now.
Well, hello. Good morning from Germany, from Modellbau Können. We have today a very special day because we are making a workshop here. Modellbau Können is maybe the most important shop here in Germany, and they sell also through the world. But they make also many activities like what we are doing today, no? Fortunately, I can enjoy today with another 7-8 modelers that they are making the same than me at the same time. We are making the King Tiger from Das Werk. That is a new release, a recently new release. So I think that was a very good example to use the solution box from EMO. And today we will stay doing this. We will see if we can finish or not. Probably not the details or the small parts, but we will be able to see most of the steps and to see how to fix the problems and many other aspects in the weathering process. No? So I hope you have fun. This video will be uploaded also to YouTube channel in IMO, but also is online right now. So thank you to all of you if you are watching this video right now. And some people are ready to reply and to give you answer of what we are doing today. But it's very visual and you will be able to see everything. So all of you guys have the King Tiger ready with the base color with different camouflage. Now you can see some difference between some camouflage and other ones with more dark yellow. Other people using more gray, more green, and more brown. So it's up to you. But anyway, I must tell you that always is better the dark colors when we are making weathering. The dark yellow is a really difficult color for the weathering, very difficult one. And this is because the dark yellow, the dunkel is a similar color to the sand color and to the mud. So if someday we need to make a dark yellow tank, we will find more problems than usually. You guys who painted your Tiger one with darker colors, with more green and red brown, you will find more easy to make the weathering than the others that used more dark yellow. But this is a common problem with German tanks. In fact, there are many tanks that were painted only in dark yellow during the Second World War. And this is needed another different techniques to make something more special. For example, the modulation style works very well with the dark yellow and with another single color camouflage. But when we are using a camouflage like this one, almost all techniques will work very well. So, everybody have the little booklet. Let's go to take it in your hand and we will see the steps. I used this method to paint a RC Toro kit, Radio Control 116 scale, but this works also with any scale. Let me find my book that now I cannot find. It's here. Okay. So, just for everybody watching this video, this is the solution box and the video and the book. And theoretically, we made the first step, that is just to apply a red primer. Okay. red primer can be any primer, can be black, can be gray, can be white, doesn't matter. The primer is extremely important when we are using acrylics, because the acrylics are different colors than lacquers. For example, Mr. Hobby is a very strong paint, and sometimes even you don't need a primer. But what is the problem of lacquer paints that are toxic and smell bad, and you will have a headache if you are painting for so long? I love those paints, even Gallanotes, but are extremely dangerous if you are working in your room. So this is why the acrylics become very popular around the world, and many countries are even forbidden the lacquer paints because of the toxicity. So in the future, in a very, very close future, probably you will be able to use only acrylics. Okay? So we must learn how to work with acrylics because they work in a different way than the enamels or lacquers. So the primer is always totally necessary. We already made the camouflage, all of you made the camouflage, and now I will explain you something about the varnish, satin varnish. The satin varnish I used here just to unify the decals with the rest of the vehicle. But my recommendation always is better to mix the varnish with the paint. Always is much better. Will be more resistant and stronger. If you guys apply a very thick coat of satin varnish in all surface, maybe you can find some problems later with the washes or filters. Maybe not. Just to warn you and to let you know that could be a problem if you apply too much varnish. Also, I recommend you never to apply a varnish coat to the end of the process of the weathering of your vehicles. I mean, when you finish your tank and it's completely finished, don't apply a varnish coat to everything, or you will kill all different shade and texture in your model. For example, the difference between dry matte, fresh matte, satin parts of the metal, the tools. If you cover everything with a matte varnish, you will destroy the different texture for each different surface. So never apply a varnish coat, doesn't matter matte or satin, in the end. Don't do that. This is the first and more important advice. Well, I doesn't apply varnish in my model because I doesn't put decals, so I doesn't need it. And my surface is enough satin for all process. But very satin surfaces will be very good for washes and filters, for example. The washes, especially the washes, will work very well in the satin surfaces. And we will see how we will make more matte your model during the process of the weathering. So what is next? If we continue, the first thing that we will apply will be the filter. The filter is a very important step for different purposes. One, for unify the high contrast of the camouflage. So this is why it's so important. Second, because the filters provide a very high deep in the paint. I mean, when we paint the camouflage, something like that, so simple, the color looks very plain. It's just green and dark yellow and brown. But when we start applying the filters, many variations appear in the surface, making it more rich and deep. This is why the filters are so important. And the third important point is that you can modify the appearance of your model thanks to the filters. For example, imagine that you are making a Panzer III in Panther gray color. And you know that the Panther gray is always controversial because some people say, no, it's more blue, no, it's more black, no, it's more neutral, no? So imagine that you just paint your tongue with any Panther gray, and when you see your model in your hand, you think that it's too neutral, I mean, it's too much white and black. And you decide to apply a blue filter. The blue filter will help to modify the base color, changing in a very subtle way the aspect and giving a more bluish appearance to your model. The same with a Sherman. If you paint a Sherman and you think that is too bright green and is not too olive green, maybe you can apply some gray filters to reduce the intensity of the color. So play with the filters to modify the colors. Play with the filters also to enrich the surface and to give more depth to the surface. This means that you can apply many filters, as much filters as you want. Okay? Here we have, I think, only one, but it's more than enough to make a nice look to our model. It's something basic, but more than enough. So, let me take the filter, okay, here. In the market there you can find through Almo acrylic filters and enamel filters. The acrylic filters, in case that you are thinking about that in the future, is more optimized, for example, for people who make war games, fantasy, and they want faster methods of painting. So the acrylic one is more convenient for people who want more speed when they are painting. Also, people who make planes, they like the acrylic filters because they dry very fast and they apply the filters just in different panels. They don't apply the filters in every places, in all surface. They apply filters just in a punctual way, just here or here, and this is a good method and a good way to use the acrylic filters. Personally, because I like and I make a lot of tanks, I prefer the enamel filters. Why? Because I can work with the filter in a more fluid way, because I can remove it or concentrate more or blend it, depending what I need in my model, and dry slowly, which is interesting sometimes. So, shake it very well and let's start to paint. I will show you here in my model. Always I recommend you to have the odorless thinner next to you. Everybody have odorless thinner? Is included in the kit? Not sure.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, yeah, the small box.
Yeah, enough to paint several kits. So always the enamel odorless thinner next to you. I like to use any kind of support to avoid that this fall down. But okay, I recommend you to remove the turret when we are working and always paint all components separately, because we'll be more comfortable here. And let me find now a brush. You can use any brush, rounded or flat, for the filter. And I will ask to my friend Christian,
Yes.
if you can give us paper, tissue paper, kitchen paper, because I will explain you how to apply the. Oh, thank you. How to apply the filters in a proper way, and we must use always paper to remove the excess of liquid in the brush. Please, guys, anytime that you have any doubt or question, just interrupt me, stop me, and ask the question that you have, because it's important that all ideas must be clear in your mind.
Wenn ihr Fragen habt, dann gleich der Arm nach oben und dann Fragen.
So, working with enamel, just in case that I need to clean something. The paper is here, that you can see I put next to my model to remove the excess of liquid in my brush, because the filter must humidify the surface, not overflow it, not to make too much wet. Just let me show you first. Let me show you in the screen, and then you can go to your model. Let me make a bit zoom. After shake it very well, I will press over the paper, removing the excess. For example, this is overflowed, too much liquid, okay? Even you can see the drop, whoop, it's too much. And this is why we must remove just a bit, and then we can go inside your model. Don't pass the brush 2 times over the same place. I mean, don't do this. This is a big mistake. Don't do this all time over the same place. Just move the brush and don't touch it. Always removing the excess of paint in your brush before entering your model. So try to make in only one movement, and don't repeat the same over the same place many times. Okay, this is the right way to apply a filter. Don't accumulate, don't concentrate, because this is a wash concept. So the filter must be over the surface in a uniform way, in a regular way. Especially over the shimmered areas. You must avoid that this accumulates so much. This is why we must remove the excess. One more time over the fenders. In only one movement. Look that. Look that. The fender. Okay? That's all. One movement.
Is there something special because the shimmered surface?
Yes, this is why you must, because the shimmery have a lot of texture,
Yeah.
you must avoid the accumulation of the liquid inside the holes of the shimmery. So this is why the brush must contain the right quantity of product.
Okay.
If you have too much quantity of the product in your brush, you will accumulate. And we don't want to do that. So let me show you here one bath example. One bath example, okay?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yes, this is brown, because we are accumulating too much in the holes. Okay, this is brown. So we must try to remove it and expand in another direction very fast to avoid the accumulation, especially in the lighter areas. Remember that you can apply many filters and different colors. Even you can apply now a blue filter if you want, and you will obtain different results. So this cannot take too much time to you. Usually a filter in a 135 tank must take a few minutes, 5 minutes maybe. So if you are using more time for the filter, you are doing wrong, or you are passing the brush too much times over the same place. If you see that the color is accumulating around the details, just remove it with the brush. I am sorry to insist and to tell you 1,000,000 times, don't pass the brush many times over the same place. Don't accumulate, and then let dry out. Of course, in some areas you must work with the brush a bit more because it's not easy to introduce the color, no? My recommendation is that when you are painting your model at home, for example, you arrive from work and you haven't too much time during the week for modeling, but you can go to your workbench, sit in front of your model, apply one filter and go to the bed. And the next day, another filter. Because the enamel filter needs around 24 hours to dry completely. Of course, here we haven't that time, but it's my recommendation when you are in your home, okay? People with a wife or girlfriend, they can apply 2 filters. Even paint the tracks and the wheels. Okay, now the turret. How are you going? Everybody painted the body? More or less?
Yeah.
2 minutes left.
If you apply too much quantity, it will need more time for drying. So this is why it's very important to apply the right quantity. I will do again in the roof of the turret. So you have your second opportunity in your life to see how to apply correctly. Okay, this is the way. Can you see it? Very smooth and very thin. It's not necessary more layers. And no more accumulation, of course. Remember that this is not a wash, so you don't need to introduce the color in all lines, panels, joints, rivets. Even you can apply the filter only in some areas, if you want. For example, we can apply a different filter to the Rommelkisten in your Tiger one, if you want, or to the mantlet. So we will be adding more richness and different tones to our model. Also, the filters works very well with one single color camouflage. For example, if our model is painted in, I don't know, in green color, or just in dark yellow, like I said before, the filters will give to your model a nice appearance. And especially in one single color camouflage vehicles, I recommend you to apply different filters over different panel hatches. Because you know the tanks, as you probably have seen in real life, are not made sculpted in a stone. It's not one piece of iron. They are composed of many different components and parts, different hatches, different materials. For example, the BMP1. The BMP1, the fenders, the side fenders in the BMP1, the central ones are made in aluminum, while the front and rear one are made in iron. And the frontal and the rear get rust very fast, and the middle ones, because are aluminum, never get rust. So this is something that not too many people know it. So how we can make the difference between the frontal and the central ones, for example, with filters. Different filters for the frontal and different filters for the center ones. Even in a Tiger, to make more variations, could be nice to make the each fender with a different filter. Just in case for the future that you have more filters. For example, you can make this one with one color, and this one in a different one, and the last one in a other different color. I do that very often in my models. Let me find here one example. Yes, this is the best example I can show you. In this vehicle that I made long time ago, is all green color, but you cannot see two greens, the same green in the same vehicle. Each reactive block have a different tone of green, of green, because I apply gray filters, brown filters, green filters to create this nice contrast in all components. And obviously, because this model is not finished here in the cover, the dust and other effects will unify all of those contrasts. So don't be scared when you are making the filters and when you are applying contrast to your model, because everything will be unified at the end with the dust, which is very, very, very important. Yes?
Do you use one green for the whole tank and only work with filters?
Yes, almost in that way. I don't know if here I have some example of the photos. Let me find it. No, was in the previous book. I used only one green, and the difference between the different components just was made with the filters, only with filters.
Okay.
So sometimes the people get stressed because I need to paint my tank with different greens to make more variety, but it's not necessary. Just with the filters is faster because it's just with your brush. While if you need to do that with an airbrush, you need to mask, paint another one, mask, so it's a very tedious work. So if you want to do something like that, filters is the faster method. Even if you combine acrylic filters, for example, you can paint each brick of those with acrylic filters very fast, and finally you can unify the whole tank with an enamel filter. But always first the acrylic and second the enamel, not opposite. Very important. Everything that we want to make with acrylic must be in the beginning and the enamel in the end. But don't interchange the process. That is very important. Okay, so my model is drying, and while it is drying, let's see the next step. So simple. Just for your information, the method of the step-by-step of this kind of books are took from Lego, because my son and me, we are fanatic of Lego, and I like it how the instruction in Lego instruction in Lego kits, very simple and almost one step in each page. So you like Lego too? Yes. So I thought that was the best way to explain to the modelers how to make this process, no? Very slowly with big photos and explaining with a lot of detail. So what we have next are the washes. The washes are totally different to the filters, of course. even if it looks similar and smells similar, are not the same. The filter is a kind of transparent color, but the washes are used to create contrast in all the tiles of our tank. So always are darker colors. While the filters can be light colors, for example, can be pink, can be blue, can be any color. But the washes always darker than the base color of your vehicle to create that contrast. Like we can see here in the details. So now a still fresh or model, which is dangerous for the washes, because if everything is still fresh, we will have problems adding the washes. So I will use the hard dryer to accelerate the process a bit. I forgot to do one thing with my model while your kids are drying. That is just to mask half tank and left half tank without effects and the other half with effects. Not you can paint the whole tank, but I prefer to mask half tank so you will be able to see the high contrast between one side and the other in the end of the process. A pity that I missed the opportunity to mask the filters, because you could see the difference between the filter and no filter. But anyway, when you was painting the filter, when you was applying the filter, you saw the difference, right? More or less. But I can sacrifice mine just to show you the difference. Okay, your model is getting dry or not yet?
Sind die Modelle eintrocken? Yes, sir.
Good. If someone is still fresh, it's because maybe they added too much product, too much filter. Okay. Well, more or less, yes. Well, my model looks more ugly now, but it's just in a way to protect half and just to see what happened with all steps that we will do today. So let's go for the wash. Shake it very well. Nobody have hard dryer, right? I guess.
No, sir.
No. And it's very important. Your model must be dry before apply the washes. It's very, very important. If you want, give me your model and I can dry here very fast, one by one. before start. If someone have the kit very fresh, pass to me and I will dry here very fast.
Ja, also wenn es bei irgendwem noch feucht ist, ihm zu mitgeben, er kann das da ganz schnell trocknen. Ist so
Someone want?
Ja. No?
Yes? Yes? Okay. Anyway, remember, you must let dry during 24 hours each filter before start applying the washes. Don't forget it. So now we have no time, but don't forget that point. For the washes, I recommend you to take a finer brush. I cannot remember which brushes were included here. No, it's one flat and one very small. No?
Size 6, size
Yes,
8,
the 6 could be good.
and size 3.
The six must be even better. No, maybe well, the 6. Use the 6. Let's see. Number 6.
Habt ihr alle?
Okay. Again, the odorless thinner must be always next to you, just for cleaning. And now, there are many ways to apply the washes. Not all of them works in the same way depending the surface. For example, if our surface is too shiny or glossy, we can use some techniques for the washes. If our surface is a bit matte, we should use another ones. Anyway, why is so important a satin surface for the washes? Why? Because I explained it also in many places, in many paint demonstrations, but I always put the same example. What happens when the surface is totally matte? If you apply the wash over a matte surface, it's like when you put a piece of sugar in the coffee. What happens? That you touch the coffee with the sugar, and the sugar absorbs very fast the coffee, right? This is the action of the capillarity. The matte surfaces have that property. So if we apply the wash over a matte surface, the product, the liquid, will expand in all directions by capillarity. While if our model is satin, the wash will flow through the panels, lines, and small details only. Can you see the difference? So some people don't take care about that, and they try to apply a wash and everything is dirty. Oh my God! And finally, their model looks very dark in general, and this is because the surface was very matte. Some of you have a very matte appearance, but one thing is the appearance and another thing is the structure in the surface. So I hope that even maybe your model was very matte, no?
Yes.
But you apply the satin varnish anyway. So we will see what happened now. Anyway, someone has found any problem until now? Applying the filters? Everything was okay? Nobody had problems?
No.
So easy. Okay, fantastic. So, shake it the color and let's go. I recommend you to use... I recommend you to use any kind of palette like this or something similar, just to pour a bit of product here to avoid to work directly over with the bottle, no? But this is up to you. I like to control it more here.
Das macht er deshalb, weil die Pigmente sich in der großen Dings ganz schnell untersetzen. Und dann da oben nur noch die Verdünnung und die Pigmente und so bleibt das da. Das ist der Trick an der ganzen Sache.
So let's go to entry in our model. Now I will change the brush. I don't know if the people in internet have any question, but if they have any important doubt, maybe you can write it, and maybe Philippe can tell me.
Or Sven. Sven is
Sven. Sven
our
is
special
taking.
agent, yes,
Fantastic,
for,
fantastic.
answering.
So here we have the was, we have our model, and in difference with the previous step, we will move, put the was only in the details. For example, around the wheel seams, like this, trying to control it well around the hooks, the clamps. In general, all the tiles. It's not a problem if I make there something that must be clean, no? Because later we will clean it. So you don't need to be too much accurate. And so around the periscope, more details. Just put the color and forget it. Don't touch it. One important thing is that you can repeat this process as much times as you want. For example, even after the pigments process, you see that you need again more contrast, you can repeat the was step. So the modeling is not something that you do one time and following the steps and everything must work. No, you can go back and repeat again until you achieve the look that you want. For example, here you can see that I am not too much precise, I am not too much accurate applying the washes, but I don't take care. One common mistake with modelers is that they make a wash covering all surface like a filter, and this is obviously a mistake. And what happened with the Zimmerit?
Yes.
With question. We must apply a wash over the filter, over the Zimmerit or not? What do you think, guys?
Not really.
No.
I think.
No, because if we apply the washes over the tiles of the Zimmerit, we will create too much contrast and will be too much exaggerate and unrealistic. In fact, you guys, some of you were showing me photos, like reference, right? That you have in your cell phone. Look, I am doing this vehicle, no? And you show me a real photo. If you observe real photos, you will know that the Zimmerit haven't dirt between the details, having contrast. Why? Because nothing happened around those details. It's not the same, the rivets or panels in the engine hatch because it's full of grease and it's always opening and closing, and we are representing the contrast or the darkness of the lines of the panels. But the Simmerit is something like a stone that is with no... It's not a place where the dirt is accumulating. Especially when some pattern of Simmerit was inclinated. So the accumulation is impossible in vertical areas and in that direction sometimes. We see the relief of the Simmerit thanks to the light, because the sun is over the tank and we can see a relief, but it's not because the accumulation of dirt. So this is why we cannot apply the washes over the Simmerit. For example, here, let me show you one example. I must apply here in the metal parts, here, okay? And maybe I can apply in the well seam only here, also around the details of the cable tom, only. Can you see my example, right?
Yep.
Only here, but not in the Simmerit. This is one of the most common mistakes in most of the modelers, and you see in the model contest very often. Doesn't matter if when we apply the wash around the details of the cable tom, if the wash expand a bit around the Simmerit, nothing happened. It's not a big deal, no? But don't apply washes over the Simmerit. Here I will make a bronze example. Let me show you. This is totally bronze, okay? Don't do that, never. Never do this, never. Okay, look. We will destroy completely our model. The camouflage will disappear. Everything will be too dark and will be impossible to remove later. So never do that, please. Never. I don't know if the people in internet can see that, because you guys have different cameras that I am using. So I doesn't know if I make here the bronze example in the rear, and now I am cleaning and removing because it will be so ugly if I do that. The filter is okay because the filter is smooth and very transparent and nothing happened with the filter. But with the washes, be careful.
Nick, I have another question.
Yes?
What is with road wheels?
What?
The road wheels, they have also nuts and bolts. We make a wash here also.
The nuts?
Yeah. From the wheels.
From the wheels?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I have my wheels here, but obviously you must apply the washes around each rivet of the wheels. Around each rivet. If there are too much rivets, maybe you can apply a general wash to avoid to spend too much time, especially with the Tiger late wheels that have so many rivets. Just for save time, apply a general wash and that's all. Okay, just for save time. I am not painting the wheels for save time, in fact.
Just to let the people here know what is happening with the wheels.
Yes. It's a good question. Obviously, with the early Tiger 1 wheels is different.
Yeah, for sure.
Because those have less rivets, and I recommend you to apply pin washes around each rivet. But with the late ones, no problem. And one more time, remember that we can repeat this process many times during the process of the weathering, if we want more contrast.
Wenn ihr irgendwelche Fragen habt, dann schießt los. Ne? Wie gesagt, jetzt ist weiter.
And now, before move to the turret, because nobody made the turret, right? Don't do the turret. Do just the hull, the all components, the headlight. You can apply a wash in the union between the frontal armor plate and the hull armor plate, for example. So before we move to the turret, I will explain you how to blend the washes in different ways. For that, we need a sponge. Find my sponge. Well,
Sponge?
well, yes, it's not included in the kit, but anyone can use flat sponge or a sponge like this one. This is a method. I will explain you several methods, and this is one, using this kind of a sponge, for example. I usually use the flat one, but it's in my box, so I don't want to stop just for searching that sponge. But any sponge can be useful, especially the flat ones, to remove the excess of the washes. Just let me show you. You don't need to do in your model, but just let me show you. For example, let me see if it is work. Because if the wash dry too much or the surface is too matte, will be difficult to remove with the sponge. People who have a very satin surface will be able to use the sponge more easily. Don't forget it. So this is what happens when some people see something in internet, in YouTube or in a book, and they try in their models and they say, in my model doesn't work, that technique. And this is because depending how is your surface, the same technique will work or not. The best example is in this table. We are here 8 persons. Each one have a different surface in their models. Which sponge you took? The triangular one?
Yes.
This is to.
Have to cut him.
This is to. Let me check. Yes. This is good. This is good.
Yeah.
Yes. This is the perfect one. Only in this table there are 8 different examples using the same products, the same paints, the same varnish, and each one is completely different. So we will obtain also different results. So with the sponge, here when it is already dry, like you can see, that is more or less dry, right? It's not fresh. We can use the sponge to remove it. In my case, because I don't apply satin varnish, I even cannot remove it, and also I let dry too much. So probably most of you with the satin surface will be able to remove it easily, but not in my case, because my model was too matte, because I doesn't apply the satin varnish. So I cannot remove with the sponge. But this is a common method to remove the wash. Sometimes you can humidify the top of the sponge with thinner, just a bit, and then theoretically this will work. Now works. Okay, you can see how I remove the excess of wash with the sponge. But I don't recommend you that because you will remove too much. So how we can blend the washes? The classic method is using the brush and clean thinner. So please, take a look to the screen. Odorless thinner, my brush, I clean it, and I remove the excess of liquid. You can see that almost no now. Can you see, no? That I almost haven't liquid of enamel odorless thinner in my brush. When the brush is in that way, I can start blending the wash, for example, here. Just observe. Don't let dry too much time. This is why I told you don't go to the turret, or you will find the washes too dry and will be difficult to remove it. This is why I don't want it to allow you to go to the turret. Even I recommend you to apply the washes only in some areas, blend it and move to another area. Because if it dry too much, you will have big problems. Especially with very matte surfaces, remember. Always drying the brush in a paper and blending. So everybody go to blend with a sponge if your surface is very satin, or with the brush if you cannot remove with a sponge. You will know that in some areas where the wash dry too much, will be difficult to remove it. For people painting planes, this doesn't happen because the airplane modelers always apply a very glossy varnish in the surface, so to do that in a plane is so easy, more than in a tank. You can follow also the techniques from airplane modelers, but you will need to change later some concepts. One important thing about the fenders or vertical areas, look to the screen. If you want to blend the washes in the fenders, do it here with vertical movements, for example. Don't blend it in longitudinal movements. So for next time that you paint your tank, apply the washes only in some small areas, blend it and go to another one. Don't do everything at once. Remember to work with few quantity of thinner in your brush, very important. If you see that some areas become too dry, just humidify, do the effect during few minutes and come back and blend it. If you remove too much, also you can apply again the wash and repeat the process. Now I am moving to the turret. Around the periscope of the cupola, the hatch, the handles, the machine gun support, the cupola ring. But maybe the most important lesson about the wash over a simmered tank is that we don't must apply the wash over the simmered. In this step, guys who painted their tank with more dark yellow, they will see more contrast than, for example, me, that I painted too much brown and green. But anyway, apply the washes also over the dark areas of the red, brown or green. Those techniques are accumulative. I mean, even if you don't see too much the technique that you are applying in each moment, like for example filters, they are accumulating, and in the end you will see your model with a lot of effects. Again, with the turret, try to paint only half turret, blend it and go for the other half. Don't try to do everything at once. If I am going too fast or I am giving you too much information, please let me know, and I will go more slowly. And what happens if I remove too much of the was? Nothing, just let dry, and you can repeat again to give more contrast the next day. Also, it's important to use the right color. For example, if here we use a black wash, maybe we are creating too much contrast, no? So it's always recommendable to use the right color for each kind of vehicle. For example, if we are using a winter one, with a winter wash camouflage, we cannot use very dark washes. And what we are using is a wash for dark yellow camouflage or for this kind of vehicles, so we are using the right color. But sometimes another colors designed for other kind of vehicles also works very well here. For example, even a wash for green camo can work very well in my Tiger, no? Because it's very green, in fact. Remember, if some areas was too dry, just humidify, make the thinner effect, and then blend in more later. And in vertical areas with vertical movements. Okay, so it become easy or you find problems, guys?
Oh, looks easy.
Looks easy? Don't be embarrassed if you find problems and you don't know why. Please ask me, because I commit many mistakes also when I am painting. Also, depending the conditions, the temperature, the humidity, everything can change a lot from one country to others, and you will need to find your own way. Okay. Well, while you are finishing, let me explain the next step. While you are finishing the wash, the next step is the chipping. That, in my opinion, is always the funniest and more interesting part in the weathering process. The chipping can can give to your model a lot of life, or can ruin and destroy completely your model. the chipping. So it's extremely, extremely important what we are doing with the chipping. Especially with the German tanks, that there are also a lot of controversy and a lot of opinions about if they get chipping or not, etc., etc. Well, the best example that I can give is the actual Ukrainian war in Ukraine. Those are modern vehicles. We can see modern vehicles, and now we can see 1 million of photos in color of those vehicles. And Ukraine is one of the scenarios in the Second World War, like was Belarus or Russia or Germany. So it's the same condition, same atmosphere, same temperature, same of everything. And even with more technology and more new paints and vehicles, the tanks get rust, the tank get a lot of chipping, a lot of chipping. So I recommend you to visit internet and see some photos, and you will see how the tanks and any vehicle is full of chipping, in fact. So if this happened today, even in Iraq, in Afghanistan, some people always say, no, because the modern vehicles never get chipping or never get rust. And there are 1 million photos of M1 Abrams in Afghanistan or in Iraq that appear full of rust and full of chipping. So I remember also Ralph Willing, probably many of you know it because he's here from Germany. He worked taking photos for the Bundeswehr, and he make 1 million books also. He was sharing with me a long time ago a few photos of the M1 Abrams from one of his friends fighting in Afghanistan. Those photos show a lot of chipping and scratches in the fenders of the M1 Abrams, but also in the turret, in the horizontal plates of the turret, around the hatches. In every places, you was able to find a lot of chipping in a modern M1 Abrams in Afghanistan. So nobody can say the modern tanks doesn't get rust and doesn't get chipping, because this is not true. This appear in the modern tanks. Of course, probably not in a Leopard 2 in a depot just making maneuvers, because they are trying to conserve it and to keep in good condition. It's normal. But I am not talking about tanks in maneuvers. I am talking about tanks fighting. And when you see the photos of the T-72B3 fighting in Ukraine, the crew of the tank have not enough time to take care of the tank. Even they have not time to clean it or to do something of to put fuel and ammunition and let's go to fight again. So we see those tanks full of effects of dirt, hair, stones, bricks, branches from trees. And if this is happening right now in 2022, the same happened in 1943, 1944 or 1945 over the Tiger tanks, Panthers and any other vehicles. So, okay, we haven't real or color photos of Tigers, Panthers and Panzer IV, but we can take inspiration from the modern and actual tanks in Ukraine or Afghanistan or in any other part of the world and apply the same effects to our models. Okay? And the chipping is something that appears in all tanks in combat situation. So, this is why the chipping can give us a lot of information about if that tank was fighting during 1 day or during 1 month, if it's a veteran or if it's a new from the factory. So if you don't make chipping in your tank, this means that it's very new, right? But if the tank is very new, you cannot make fading or discoloration in your tank. And this is why we see in a model contest a beautiful tank with discoloration effects, with fading, but not chipping. And they say, no, because this tank is very new. It's just 2 days fighting in the battlefield. And I say, okay, then why this tank have discoloration and fading because the sun? Because the discoloration needs many weeks or even months to affect the surface of the vehicle. So this is like a scenario of a crime. No, you must discover all evidence to see what happened with that vehicle, if this is a veteran or not. For example, it's not compatible. A very veteran tank, imagine this Tiger one, full of chipping, full of discoloration, fading, effects, hair, and with all fenders completely new. Because the fenders is the first thing that become destroyed in a Tiger one. Yeah. Very fast. Why? Because it's very fragile, it's a very thin metal, and when the tank is moving between the trees in a forest, for example, those are very damaged and very fast due to the trees and vegetation. Okay? So everything must be logic when you are making your model. Everything must be logic. We cannot make new fenders with a lot of chipping, because me, like a judge in a contest, I will see that big mistake. So the mistake is not only about the painting, it's also about the logic of everything together. Okay, in that case, my fenders are totally new because it's a kit out of box. It's just for learning. It's just to understand the techniques, and it's not necessary to damage the fenders. But if you want to make a very veteran tank, please replace the fender with photo etch, for example. It's something simple and will give it to your tank a lot of life. Or, for example, removing the frontal fender to make more attractive, no, and just to see the tracks. So we can do many things. Or some tools are missing, for example, that is also typical. Or the rear armor of the exhaust pipes that also can be damaged. So keep in mind for your model. Now, if you are finishing with the washes that you sold, it's not necessary that you do everything in all areas of your tank. You can be more selective, or even do like me, just make half of your tank and will be faster for you. But now, let's go for the base colors. Remember, like this. We use it like a base color, the Dunkelgelb, the Choco Brown, and the Olive Green. Well, now I must explain a bit of theory and controversy also about the colors and the way of application. Most of the German tanks in the Second World War were painted in the factory in the beginning in Panther Gray, right? And in the middle of the war they were painted in dark yellow, directly from the factory. They painted the whole model in dark yellow. And in the end of the war, many German tanks were painted just in red primer, and they painted the camouflage color directly over the red primer, not over the dark yellow. So depending where is localized or kit or model or idea, if it's in the beginning of the war, in the middle, or in the end, we must think about how to make the chipping. If my tank is in the middle of the war, so this means that it was painted in dark yellow in the factory, and in the battlefield the crib painted the green and brown, then I can make chipping over the green and brown with dark yellow to see the dark yellow through the green and brown. But if my tank was made, for example, a King Tiger from 1945, it probably was painted in red primer in the factory. And what made the crib? Just painted the Dunkelgelb and the green over the red primer. They don't repaint it in dark yellow the whole tank and then the camouflage. Why? Because they spend too much paint and too much time. So this is why in my video on YouTube I explain how to paint here this camo. No? It's another method. Just painting each color in that area, not covering the whole surface with the camouflage, no? Because it's a waste of material, it's a waste of paint. So you must study very well where is located your tank to see how must be the chipping. In this case, because I want to make something funny and simple and visual, I will start painting the chipping first in Dunkelgelb over the camouflage part, and later I will paint the chipping color, the dark brown chipping color over the Dunkelgelb. Even if it's difficult to understand right now because it's a bit complex, the matter of the colors, the people who really love the story and the colors theory of the German tanks will find this opinion interesting, no? But now the point is that we must just learn how to make the chipping, which is always interesting, for some people very difficult. And one more time I must explain something before start the chipping, so I will let you time for drying. I will draw here a bit of theory about chipping, which is always interesting. Let me write here uno. Okay. The first thing that we must understand about chipping, I always make this draft, this scheme in many paint demonstration, but I will do one more time here for all of you guys, is that, I don't know if the people from internet can see here, I hope so.
Yes, they can.
Yes? Fantastic. Many people, when they make a tank, imagine that this is my tank. My beautiful tiger. Okay. This is my tiger, right? So they start painting the chipping, and they start, for example, let me do this. They start making nice chipping here, and they see that they make a nice chipping. I am good making chipping. I am very good making chipping. So they start making chipping, and more chipping, because they forget that they are making a tank with volume, and they start making chipping around all areas in a very homogeneous way. And they continue making chipping because they forgot that they are painting a tank. They are so excited painting each chipping that they forget that they are painting a tank. I am very good making chipping. I am the best one in the world painting chipping. And finally, when they finish, they do something like that. Terrible, ugly. Because this is very homogeneous and symmetric, and everything have the same quantity of chipping, the same intensity, and this is the worst of the worst that we can do in a model when we do something like that. So how is the solution? The problem is that our brain is the thing that we have inside our head. Some people, not everybody have. But our brain is always organizing everything. Like in your normal life, what you do in your normal life, you arrive to home and you organize your clothes, your things, everything is perfect, alienated, mathematic, everything perfect, right? In Germany more than in Spain, in fact. But this is because our brain is working always in that way. Our brain is always calculating, organizing, and try to make everything parallel, except in Spain. Also, always perfect. And when we are making our models, we forget that the nature is random, is aleatory, is irregular, and we forget that this doesn't happen in a real tank. Because sometimes a stone hit the tank in one side, for example here, and here appear a big scratch or a big chipping, but not in the other side. And maybe here appears something like this, but not in the other side. Or here maybe around the turret or the hatch or the cupola, but not in the other side. The same here in the engine hatch, but not in the other side. Maybe here and not in the other side. Always asymmetric. Okay? Super important. This is the way. You must be asymmetric when you are making the chipping in your models. Okay? Asymmetric. If today I catch you doing something symmetric in your model, I don't know what I will do, but I will be very upset with you. Or maybe without lunch. Okay? Don't forget it, guys. I am telling you so seriously. Don't do symmetric things. So if you do something in one hatch, don't do in the other exactly the same. Must be different or nothing. And try to find different places for the chipping. But not only from one side to the other, also from the back to the front. Also, the intensity of the chipping and everything must be different in the rear area to the front. If we are able to keep that in mind forever, we will have the first step to become a good modeler. Because this is one of the first things that we must learn when we are making models, that we must be random, aleatory and asymmetric in everything that we made. Not only in the chipping. The chipping is the first example and the most important. But we must do also when we make the oil effects, the dust, the splashes, the matte splashes, and absolutely everything. And not only with the weathering, also with the tools, with the components, with the accessories, with the stopwatch, helmets, the machine guns, the ammunition, everything that we place or we put in a model must be asymmetric. Okay? Don't forget that, please. So, the first thing that we must understand about chipping is the symmetry. And now, let's go for the second lesson about chipping before we start painting. Second. Shape. Many people okay. Many people, when they made the chipping, they start painting and they do something like this, like amoebas or clouds in the sky. Okay, with rounded shapes. But what we must do, is irregular shapes, like when you see in Google Map and you see the islands, and you want to discover a secret base or something, or a nudist beach or something like that. No? I don't know. But you are looking in Google Maps, and you see that the islands are something like this, especially if you see Norway, no, that is chaotic, or Greece, right?
Right.
So the shape is always fragmented and very raw, like this one. This is more closer to the real chipping than this, and most of the modelers do that because they use too much paint, or I will explain you later, when you are painting chipping with acrylic over acrylic base, this phenomenon is what happened. Because it's acrylic over acrylic, so it expands in a uniform way, and the shape become more rounded, like clothes. But when you paint with acrylic over enamel surfaces, and hey guys, now my surface is enamel because I apply filters and washes, right? So now it's a good surface to paint the chipping, and we will obtain more similar shape to this one. One more time, try to observe Google Map next time, and you will see the islands and everything that is very like this. Is like very intricate and sharp. And this is more rounded. And finally, the last information that I can give you for the chipping is the size. Okay? Some people do that. They make a nice distribution in the tank, asymmetric, very nice, everything perfect. They make a beautiful shape like a Greece or Mallorca or those islands, like this. Very nice. But they continue making chipping and they make a giraffe pattern. All of them with the same size and the same distribution between them. This is also a very common mistake of people making chipping. That they learn how to do it, they learn that must be asymmetric, but all chipping looks the same size. And this is a big mistake, because must be like this. Start making a big one, for example, together with another small ones, maybe small dots, scratches, trying to make it very irregular between them. Not only the shape, not only the distribution, but also the size of them must be very different from one to the others. Combining small points or scratches together with big ones. If you remember those 3 tips for the chipping, you always will be very successful making the chipping, and you will become addicted to the chipping because it's so fun to make chipping. So how to do it? Because the theory is very nice. And now let's go to our model. Okay. So remember that we took the 3 base colors. We will start using the base color, this one. And I need the palette. Yes, always check it very well, the acrylics. The acrylics always need...
We have new wood. What's the base color?
New wood. Oh, sorry. Yes, I am a bit blind. No, this is why I always use my glasses, because are graduated. Now I can see your face, in fact. Now. But because I am myope, for me it's better don't use the glasses when I am painting. But sometimes this happens. So okay, remember that our bottles from ammo always have a steering wheel that is totally necessary for shake it. Just pour here a bit of color in the palette. So try to imagine, just imagine that our tank was painted in dark yellow in the factory. Okay? That probably that was painted already in red primer, no? But just imagine, just to make it more interesting.
Which size you use for the brush?
3.0.
Thank you.
Okay, the one that is included in the pack. It's true that I always recommend, just for your information, the yellow brushes from Ammo are very cheap brushes that I use very often. It's what I use more. Why? Because it's enough quality to paint my models many times for a very low price, very cheap. So you see that almost all my brushes are the yellow one, but we have another range of brushes, and this is what I recommend you in the future. For example, the red ones are Marta Kolinsky, very expensive ones, but I always like to have one or two for chipping or for figures or for something similar. The red ones are used for figure painters mostly, but I like to have one or two for chipping because they work very well. So that is my recommendation. We have another ones like the gray ones, the silver ones, that are used only for dry brush. This kind of hair is very good for dry brushing. The white ones are for decals. For people who, especially for people who make rally cars or planes, they need to put a lot of decals. Those brushes are amazing to place the decals and to work with them. Of course, we have the rubber brushes that is to apply, for example, metal pigment and other purposes. And finally, those blue ones are optimized for pigments, to apply the pigments directly with the brush. So just for your information, just to see the difference between the brushes. Of course, the yellow ones is the more recommendable because it's the cheaper option and you can use the brush for a long time, even if the quality is not the best of the best, but you spend less time for the basic techniques. Anyway, let's try this brush because it's new for the chipping. So now we need water. This I will put. Now avoid to use the odorless thinner. So let me explain you how to start making the chipping in the Tiger, because each vehicle is different and each vehicle have different places to paint the chipping, and also we must look for the aesthetic of the vehicle. So we can paint dark yellow chipping only over the green or brown areas, right? Because my tank supposed to be painted in dark yellow in the factory. And the crew of the tank painted the green and brown after the dark yellow. This is just a theory, just for this example, one more time. So the first, just look to the screen, okay? And later you will do in your model. Always I put a bit of water in my brush, like you can see here a drop, okay? I remove that drop and I touch the color because directly from the jar maybe it's too thick. So I diluted just a little. And now I can start painting in my model. Where? For example, I always start in easy areas. For example, I like to start always in the tigers from here. Always in the edges, like I am doing right now. You can appreciate in the TV or you can see?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I start making it bigger. Trying to be irregular like I told you. Okay, something like that. Also, I can paint, for example, just here a bit. If I see that the mixture is getting too thick, I put another drop of water. I clean it in the paper, and I go again inside. For example, here in the edge. Maybe I can make some longitudinal chipping, because here is the road wooden parts to clean the gun. I am creating this thanks to small dots. Okay, for example, this. Let's go to the frontal fender. I want to exaggerate here a bit just to show you. I will exaggerate. Because I can show you one example of big chipping, how I started working the chipping. First, I make a shape with not too much control, something like this. And remember that also all of this will be unified by the dust and other effects. Remember that I told you about the shape, to make big ones, about the sizes, to make big one together with small dots, like islands. Here are some of them. Don't repeat the same chipping here. Here I make a lot, so I don't repeat in this size. Okay, and here maybe I can make chipping here. Also, I don't repeat here in this corner. To avoid a symmetry with this other side. So here I don't make it, I make here. Maybe around this kind of locket or the tile. And always making small dots. Later we will add the chipping color over the dark yellow. It's an alias. Okay, but this is the way. Maybe here also. Of course, this is not my best position for make the chipping because I need to show you in the screen, so I have not a good angle to paint it more accurate. Because I need to force my position for the camera. But just I am trying to give you one idea, no, how to work with the chipping. One second. Yes? Ah, okay. Christian is telling me to make a little stop for resting and for lunch. But after that little lunch is what you will do in your model. You will start making the chipping in all different areas in your tank, in cupola and fenders, over the green and over the dark yellow. For you that you painted most of your tank in dark yellow, you will do too, in less quantity of course, but you will work more with the chipping color later. So don't worry. Any question about that before go to lunch? Or looks easy?
It looks easy.
Looks
Yeah,
easy.
for sure.
It's easy. It's easy. Especially with my menace that if you make symmetric, you will have consequences.
Dass ihr jetzt noch keine Goldmedaille gewonnen habt, ne? Also,
Okay,
ganz
guys.
einfach, ne?
So let's make a little stop and we will continue. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, hello again guys, hello everybody in internet. We are back after a little lunch And now we are working with the chipping. I was checking all models from my friends, and seems that almost everybody is working nice the Houses. Remember to give more contrast in some areas, because later in the final stage of the process everything will be more smooth thanks to the dust, the matte and other effects. So try to exaggerate, don't be shy, try to exaggerate right now. Not the chipping, the washes, the washes, the contrast. Okay, so about the chipping is what we are doing right now. Remember that I was explaining a bit of theory about the chipping. We can make the chipping also over the green areas, and later with the brown chipping color we will make chipping over the dark yellow ones and over another path like this one. Okay, we will see now. So please guys, everybody continue making the chipping as faster as possible. I know that the chipping process is always very slowly. Probably is the more slowly step or process in the weathering, and need a lot of time in the chipping, like you can see. When you have practice you can go faster, no? But it needs a lot of time. I don't expect that you made the chipping in all tank, but you can make one more time chipping only in half of your tank or only in some areas. Now I will go chipping in the green areas. It's very important the brush. Must be in very good conditions. For example, here in the, if you see the screen, you will see how I will make some longitudinal scratches, like small lines, but always combined with small dots and little scratches. Especially in the first fender. Remember to add a little drop of water in the mixture of your paint to help to flow better the paint. Look one more time to the screen to show you how to create contrast between one panel and the other. Yeah? For example, here, even if the green color is in both sides, I will make just chipping in one side, like this. Yeah? And one more time I show you the scratches that I made, very thin ones, extremely thin. This is why you must control the quantity of paint in your brush, or even make some test in another plastic part to be sure that you have the right quantity of paint. This is probably the most difficult point. Know your brush, know the quantity of color that you have in the height of your brush. This is important when we are making chipping. And remember what I told you about to be random and irregular. Don't repeat the same chipping in every places. I will catch you later, remember. I told you that the main problem when you make the chipping is that you forget that you are painting a tank and you only are focused in the chipping itself, trying to make nice shapes or dots, but you forget that you are painting a big tank. Another advice, I don't know if some of you make 1/16 scale tanks, but to paint chipping in big tanks is more easy than in small ones. Now I will make also around the hatches. For your name is
Daniel.
Daniel. For you that you show me your model and you ask me about what to do in the well seams, I recommend you, if you want to give a little life to the well seams, use the green base color. Add a little drop to your palette so make a new mixture with the green and the base color, the dark yellow, something like that. To paint a kind of highlights. And now okay, so now if you are able to control your brush, you can paint with the small dots. I don't know if you are able to see it. So you can stay doing that in the well scene just to make a kind of contrast or highlight. The same with the brown. Mix the brown with the dark yellow and you will be able to make the highlights. So you will give a kind of volume.
Thank you.
This takes a lot of time, but if you do well, looks fantastic. Let's do it with the brown. The same that we made with the green. Remember also what I told you this morning, no? That you can complicate it as much as you want. This is only the basic. And you can do also, but do the same, but with a dark color to make the shadows of the well. In fact, if you want to do that, it's better start with the shadows and second the highlights. Like I told you, Daniel, this is very convenient, for example, when you are making a winter camouflage. Or a Africa Corps tank. And you can use also the same color to make some highlights, for example, in some details. For example, this. Or this. Or even this part. Okay. But this is up to you. If you want to make it more complicated with more detail and more effects, you can do it. I do it. I do that very often, but I don't want it to give you too much task to do now. If you think that some parts of your model will be covered with stopwatch, wooden crates, with a flag, with mud or something, don't do chipping in that area. Just save time. You must try to make the chipping only in the areas that are visible.
What is, for example, with the Samarit areas? Do I or make I the branches there too?
This is for later, but the Simmerit was probably many of you know the composition of the Simmerit that was a kind of mixture of wooden components mixed with a ochre pigment, that was in fact very yellow in the beginning. When the Cimmerid was applied in the factory, the Cimmerid color was very yellow because one of the components was ochre pigment. But with the time, the ochre pigment become very light, become faded when it is completely dry, and the tank become chipped because the explosions or any other things. The Cimmerid appear in a very light color, that is a kind of sun color. So this is why I don't want that you use the same color than the dark yellow. But theoretically, the Cimmerid was a kind of ochre, similar to the dark yellow. But only in the beginning. Also, the point is that after 70 years, the Cimmerid that appear in the museums looks very light because the pass of the time. You know that, no, Christian?
Yes.
This is why the Cimmerid was too flammable and was a very bad idea at the end.
But the most funny thing is, only the Germans use magnetic
Mines.
Yeah.
And only the Germans use the Cimmerid for anti-magnetic mines.
Yeah.
They doesn't know that the Russians doesn't use that technology at that time. No, but for example, the Americans in the Pacific Theater, they were scared with a kind of magnetic mines from Japanese.
Yeah, I have seen on bambus.
And this is why they added those kind of
Spikes.
yes,
Yeah.
in the roof of the Shermans and other vehicles. Be careful, guys, you are too concentrated with the chipping. Don't forget to observe your model from the distance and to see if you are doing wrong or not. I will be very hard with you guys if you do something symmetric in your model.
I will remember that when you are next time a judge at a contest.
No, and sometimes when I was judge in some contest, some guy came and I don't know why I doesn't got medal with my model because everybody told me that I am very good making the chipping. No, it's true, I am not kidding. And I say, well, because the composition, because the size, because everything is too symmetric. And be sure that now, when you will go to any contest, you will look to their models in a different way. And you will catch all of those mistakes very fast.
Yes. That's true.
Hmm.
Nochmal was aus der eigenen Erfahrung, also das mit den Kratzern, das ist wirklich eine Sache, umso öfter ihr das macht, umso einfacher wird das auch.
Mhm.
Man kriegt ja auch den Winkel wirklich raus, wie das gehalten wird, weil das ist immer in den Büchern gut zu sehen und alles, aber wenn man das selber macht und so,
Mhm.
das ist echt eine Übung. Und immer nie vergessen, wir machen das, um Spaß zu haben. Richtig viel Spaß.
As you can see, when you find a way to make the chipping, it becomes something very satisfactory and pleasing. This is why this step is one of my favorite one when I am making models. Because it is really relaxing. But I am sorry to tell you that we cannot stay all day doing this.
Um die Kurve noch ein bisschen höher zu legen, also wenn ihr das jetzt verkackt, dann gibt es nachher keinen Kuchen mehr. Also,
Daniel, tell me please, since when are you making models?
yesterday.
Just since 11 o'clock. No, since 10 years or so.
10.
Yeah.
Sí, dígame. ¿Sí? Sí. 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 La suya es Ise y la mía Japón. Sí, está dando problemas últimamente. Si solo es ese problema y se ha vuelto a activar, es un problema que ya lleva desde hace tiempo, suele ser algún pájaro que entra también. Vale, hasta luego, gracias, estaré atento. Adiós. So it was the alarm of my factory. Someone entry to steal.
Ach ja, wir haben übrigens heute den Alarm ausgeschaltet, also da nicht von der Polizei überrascht. Gut.
Well, I hope you was able to do this chipping very fast, because now we must move to the next one that also is chipping but with a different color. For example, if you want to put your tongue without sand tools, I recommend you to make the shadow of that tool or cables with chipping. like for example here. Look what I am doing, making the shadow of the cables under the cable, no? Because it's supposed that is touching and damaging the paint. So this is another little trick.
Can you show your trick again?
The what?
Can you show your trick again, please?
And just make like the shadow of the tool with chipping.
Yeah.
Of course, there are many methods to paint chipping, to make chipping, not only by brush, but also with the sponge, also with the chipping fluid, which is become very popular. For the chipping fluid, it's necessary to have a little practice before we do our model. But it's a very realistic method to make the chipping. So I recommend you to get the chipping fluid or the scratches effects and experiment in any of your models. And when you combine the brush, the sponge and the chipping fluid, you obtain incredible results. Okay.
Brauchst du die? Brauchst du die?
So now guys, let's go for the chipping color. You can continue with the other one, but I will start with this one. So you can spend your time with this or with the other color, depending the surface of your model. This is in fact one of my favorite colors, the chipping, because I use for everything. But why this color and other? Well, I just observed that when a tank gets chipping, the paint came off, and the metal that appear under usually get this dark brown color. Not metal, because the metal become rusty very fast and appear this kind of brown. Only if the chipping is was made in this moment, very fresh or very new. For example, if you are making your tank in combat and you want to represent that he just received an impact, the shell of the impact bonds in the armor and hit any other part of the tank, probably you can use pure metal to make those chipping, okay? But if the tank have the chipping or the scratches since few days ago, this color will appear very fast, very fast. So the same than before, a little drop of the color, also a drop of water. And you can start by making the chipping over the dark yellow. Is how I always start. But also, look what I will do here. There are many ways also to paint chipping with volume. Okay, I will explain you, if I have time, I will explain you how to make different ways of chipping. But one of the most common is now to make the chipping over the dark yellow one. Look that. Try to leave a small area in the dark yellow color, so you don't need to fill all chipping with the brown color. You need to leave a small line of the light dark yellow color around the brown one. So if you make very, very small chips in dark yellow, you will have problems now to do that. But don't worry, because I will show you another way. This means that if we use this method, we will multiply the chipping work by 2, because we need to do many chippings, and with a lot of accuracy, a lot of precision, and it is a very hard work. But the results will be very cool. over the dark yellow camouflage, you can do it directly. How is your name? Excuse me? Excuse you. Your name?
I'm Timo.
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 Timo. Especially for you, that your dark yellow cover most of the parts, I will explain you another method, okay?
Okay.
That is useful when you are painting also a dark yellow tank.
Alles gut.
So you can feel the roof of the turret, for example, with the small dots at the same time. Not necessarily always over the dark yellow chipping. And another thing, paint the ring of the cupola with this color. The upper area of the ring. I mean the ring for the machine gun, for the MG. And now, guys, I will request your attention to explain you something very useful. Making chipping with a sponge. I like to collect different kind of sponge with different intensities and different size, like you can see here. This is softer, this is harder, so I collect all of them and I use it depending what I need, no? In that case, I will use this one that is a bit hard. I will take a portion of this. I think that Christian loves this technique a lot. You like it, right? You use a lot. So I am removing a small portion of the sponge that you can see. Okay? And I try to make it rounded. Okay? So, some areas in the tanks always appear with a kind of microchipping around, especially around hatches, around some panels. So I take the sponge, I touch the chipping color with it, and now I will remove the excess in a paper,
Ganz wichtig, der Schritt.
something like this. And now I can go inside, for example, around this hatch to create a micro chipping. Don't overdo it, be careful. Only in some areas, like this. Okay? Maybe in some Fender I can do it too.
Besser kontrollieren könnt ihr das auch, wenn ihr das mit einer Pinzette macht. Dann kommt ihr in kleinere Ecken.
And if, for example, we want to make chipping in some flat areas, what I use is tape. And for example, I can place, let me find, maybe the rear hatch. So with the tape you can protect many areas in your model. Then again color. I am explaining you different places where you can use this technique with logic. For example, this hatch over here. This is due to the friction, because maybe the tankers touch it too much, and this appear very often in the tanks. Now I remove it, so I will obtain that area with a lot of chipping. Another area that I like a lot for this method is the gun barrel. In some part of the gun barrel where the creep of the tank are touching very often. Oh, it's out of focus. Now it's clear, no? Now it's up.
Sollte das mal in die Hose gehen und die Farbe ist noch frisch, hier einen Q-Tip nehmen und dann könnt ihr das noch ein bisschen wegmachen, falls das mal nicht klappen sollte.
Of course, around the loader hatch, it's possible to do that. In some places, depending the tank, of course, depending the hatches, depending of many factors, you can apply this kind of chipping or not. For example, here in the roof a bit. You will obtain different results depending the sponge, the hardness of the sponge too, and the quantity of paint on it. But it's a good way to make microchipping in some areas. Another part is the rear grills. all of this. And after you apply the sponge, you always need to retouch with the brush in some areas, because if you leave just the sponge, sometimes looks a bit strange. So try to combine the sponge with the chipping by hand, by brush. Probably many of you that are watching this now, also the people in internet, you will know that the surface, even sometimes look matte, is in fact is a bit satin. And this is good for the washes, this is good for the techniques that we are doing right now. Let me explain you how to make the chipping. Someone have a white color, acrylic white color, or a very light color? Maybe Christian later can help us. Because I will explain you how to make chipping with volume over a dark yellow. Maybe Timo, maybe you can give me your model and I can show you the example over your model.
Please.
But I will need a white color. Someone can call to... Let me see where I can do it. Remember to remove the turret. So here I have the tank from Timo, and I will make an example here just to show you how to make, especially when you have a tank that is overpainted in dark yellow and almost with no camouflage. Thank you.
Welcome.
So we need the white color and the beige color was this one. First, we paint the chipping color. Let me optimize the paint with water. Because it's too glossy here. Oh, the light. Well, this works much better in vertical surfaces. I don't know if I can do... What if I do here? Okay. Just imagine that this is a vertical surface, for example, a semi-hull track or something like that. So, and also I will make bigger here, because I have not limitations. So, first I will paint the chipping. Remember about to make small dots like islands. Okay. Something like this. Imagine that this is my tongue. So now take the two colors. I pour in my plate, my palette. Now I mix the white with a bit of dark yellow. And what I will do is a kind of line under the chipping. To create volume.
Like the women for the eyes.
Yes. or like some of us in the Saturday night, no? Yes, no, it's true. It's this is a technique used in illustration, in fact. It's used in illustration mostly, but of course the women use for makeup to make highlights and shadows. When I dress like a drag queen during the Saturday night, I use that also. That is another hobby. Okay. Of course, I am doing it more exaggerated, just to show you where to do the highlights. Even each dot, so you can appreciate the volume, no? That is very cool, especially when you have the whole vehicle painted in dark yellow. This is a good alternative. Remember that the other method is first paint the chipping in light color, and so for people painting a tank in dark yellow. That also is applicable to any, for example, a sermon in green color, or even a counter camouflage for British vehicles. So we must try to paint it a bit more exaggerated than usual. And now we paint the dark one. But painting inside the scratches, inside. This is two different methods used by the modelers very often. Some modelers do this. In my opinion, is more easy and maybe even more realistic, this method. Just making a line under the chipping. But this is also nice. When you see a model painted with this, looks very attractive. So this is my recommendation for plain colors. In that case, because we have a very contrasted camouflage, maybe it's not recommendable to do this, because if we do the highlights in all chipping over the brown, over the green, will be too much, no? So sometimes less is more, okay? But here is the example of something cool, and depending where you are doing this, especially if you don't overdo it, because maybe you can do some areas like this, and another areas only painting directly with the brush, making chipping very thin scratches, and this is more than enough. So not always is necessary to do that. Try to combine where to use this and when to use that. For example, if you want to focus the attention in one specific area because you want to place some soldiers, do that, and all the attention of the spectator will go to that point because have much more detail than this one. It's like when you see a photo of a movie, maybe you notice that when you see a movie, sometimes you see the face of the actor, but the background is unfocused. And they do that only just to force to the spectator to look only to that specific point. So you can do the same with your models. You can be more detailed in one specific area, like this, and the other areas in your tank can have only simple chipping to avoid to catch too much the attention. So, in the case of the tiger, imagine that here you want to put two soldiers, one stand next to the cupola and the other inside the cupola. Okay, try to concentrate more chipping around the figures and less in another areas of the vehicle. Because if you fill everything with chipping, first, you are broken the rules that I told you since the beginning about the asymmetry and random. And second, you are distracting the spectator in too many directions. While you want that the spectator just look to your figures because you are explaining a story that they are pointing in that position and they are doing something, no? So this is a good way to communicate through your models with the spectator, okay? Thank you, Timo.
Thank you very much.
Well, let me explain also the sponge. Timo, 1 second. Sorry, give me one more time. So I will explain here the 3 types of chipping, and the other was the sponge. I will take the sponge one more time here. Because sometimes over the tank is difficult to see it, and it's better to explain over one big example like this one. I use this technique a lot, depending the size. For example, in the Sherman, in the roof of the Sherman, which is very common to see this kind of fading or chipping. For example, try to imagine that this is a hatch, okay? This is a hatch, so we do that only in one side. If you can remove the hatch and do that like I made here in my driver hatch, it's okay, it's much better. If you cannot remove the hatch, just mask the hatch and then do the chipping. So here you have the 3 samples. Now, more. Obviously, at this point also some areas can be painted with the metallic gunmetal chipping color, no? If we need that some part become more damaged or more recently damaged. But it's better to avoid it. If you don't know how to control it very well, it's better to avoid the chipping with the metal colors. We are at this point, number 7. We made the chipping with the dark yellow, and finally we painted also the dark brown chipping color over the dark yellow, or directly the chipping color over the dark yellow areas. Observe here how thin is the chipping and the scratches. Well, here are more examples of chipping. It's almost the same that we made right now. And now, even if we have here the step number 8 regarding the streaking, let's back again to the was color that we were using before. And even if this is not the most appropriate color for make the streaking, we will use it to make a kind of a streaking in the fenders, in the side fenders, using the flat brass. So now you can see that the solution box contains almost all necessary to paint a specific subject, no? Of course, always we need, for example, a white color or something extra, no? But most of the cases you have everything inside. So take the wash color, especially from the bottom of the bottle, and let's draw some lines, vertical lines and regular ones in the side of your model. Again, this is not the most appropriate color. We have a specific color for streaking, but we can learn how to do it. So we can drive very fast the lines. Doesn't necessary that are too perfect, because we will blend it with a flat brass and thinner. Okay, now we take the flat brass with odorless thinner. We remove the excess in the tissue paper by pressing against the tissue paper, and now we will start blending from up to down with very fast movements. Don't let dry too much or will be difficult to remove it, because this is a wash. So this is why I recommend you to use streaking products. And become dry very fast. Okay. Do panel by panel, don't let dry. Paint just one panel very fast and blend it when it's still fresh.
Is this one, yeah?
Yes, the dark yellow wash. Again, it's not the right color, but just to explain you how to make a little streaking effects in the fenders. Something simple. Or even over the thin merit, but we will have the risk to make it too dark. So better to avoid. Maybe the Rommelkisten. If you do that in fresh, will be faster and easier. Look here. Look to the screen 1 second, please. 1 second, I paint only this part, and when it's still fresh, I blend it. Sorry, you was not able to see it. Let me repeat in another part. Here in this Fender. Again, look that. Paint the lines. And very quick, blend it. Okay, this is just another thing that you can do with the same color, but better don't do it over the thin merit, because maybe this becomes too dark. If you have another streaking color, lighter color, maybe you can do over the thin merit, but very fast and blending very well. So we have here the grind. All of you have the grind color in your set? All of you have this color? You have this one?
Yeah. Rust.
You have the grind?
Yeah.
Well, I make a mistake. You must do it with this one.
Yeah. Okay.
No, with the, because I cannot remember that was included the grind color. Sorry, but you can do those effects with the grind color. Okay, with this one.
Because we believe you everything, and when you say we have to use this one, we use this one.
Yeah, no, because I was not able to remember, and now I found it.
Just kidding.
Okay, I will do one more time with this. Just shake it a bit. Shake it. One important tip about the brush in this kind of paints. If you find that the brush is a bit dry, just clean it with odorless thinner or cleaner and treat it like any other brush, and then will become soft again, because now mine looks a bit hard, and it's because it become dry inside the bottle, but I can clean it. Anyway, yes, it's a bit dry, so I will clean it over a paper, and now will be soft. With this method is much easier and faster because I already have the brush, so just I will paint vertical lines, and I will blend it with a flat brush. Try to leave some remains of the lines. Don't remove it everything. You must leave something, or you will lose all effect. I will repeat here in some fenders. I recommend you to make some lines longer than others. Try to make all of them with the same size and same intensity. And first you can blend it one time, clean the brush, and repeat the same, removing more quantity of color. Okay, so I am making a kind of contrast between one fender and the other, this with and this without. Who had the model without the fenders? Was you?
Yeah,
How's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel too.
Yeah.
We have two Daniels. Good. Daniel too. Can you give me your model?
Yep, sure.
Thank you, Daniel too. The turret. The turret. Remove the turret. Well, what we can do if our model having fenders, that we always like to see the contrast. So one way is to use masking tape. And here we can work in two different ways. I will make both in your model. And each one will be different to the other side. But because we are looking for asymmetry, it's okay, no?
Yeah, sure.
Is it possible to use the camera from this side?
Which camera?
This one?
This?
From this side?
Ah, you say the...
Yeah, exactly.
Here.
Yeah, perfect.
Sorry to the people in internet, okay? But sometimes it's difficult to work for the people here with my own cameras and for you guys with different cameras. Right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cameras and maybe any other hide camera in another place. So 6 cameras. Someone was laughing over there, so maybe it's true. Okay, let's make the grind effects here in one side under and in the other side in the upper area. So we will mask. All of this is extra, doesn't appear in the book. So, as you can see here, I will make the deer effects in the upper area and in the other side in the under area, in the lower area. Because with the dust, we will make also the opposite in both sides. So, are two different ways to do it in case that you prefer one or the other, depending the circumstance and depending the surrounding in your model. If it's more dusty or more rainy. But the method is exactly the same and so fast. So we can paint with the grind color. Don't let the color entry too much in the symmery, because then it can entry under the tape to the other side, and we don't want this. And now with the flat brush, again with thinner, cleaning and blending very fast. Okay. Now we will remove it, and if anything of the color has moved under the mask, it's time to clean it. Well, now you understand why it's better to put this one in the end. Okay, the look is good. Maybe we can remove a bit of excess with the brush. And we will let dry. And in the other side, we will make just the opposite. we will paint here. In less quantity, of course. And now we will blend it. This will represent the accumulation of the dirt over the missing fenders. And again, we will remove it very fast. Well, was more or less good. Now we must let dry and will become more matte. We can make softer, trying to remove the accumulations. And we will make the dust under that black or dark area. So this is one method and this is the other, but we must let dry. Obviously all of this also will be covered with dust. So this is why I am creating more contrast or trying to exaggerate, because we'll be covered with dust. Later, Daniel, we will add the dust, okay? So the dust, polvo, dust, stop. But now we must let dry while we continue doing another thing. So later you will return to me your model and I will finish, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel, too. So now for you.
Smooth.
Be careful, the turret is not glued. I am finding 1 million parts in my table now from tigers. I am collecting many parts, maybe some from Timo, another one from Daniel. Next step is the rust. We will use the other color, the rust, okay? For people where the camouflage contain more dark yellow, will be much better. For people using more green and brown, will be less visible. So, Timo, give me again your tank, please. The turret. Why you guys want to put the turret? It's not necessary. I thought that you cleaned all my work. No, it was upside down. So why? Okay. We have here. This is the previous example. And where to apply the rust and why. Don't apply in every places. Don't apply the rust streaks in all chips in your tank. Only in some of them. One more time, you must be random. Hola, Sukhoi. So we can paint here some lines. With more or less intensity, and now with the fine brush and thinner, enamel thinner, we will blend one side first, one side only. You see that those 4 lines are too symmetric and similar and equal. Now we turn the model and we blend the other side, and we will see how we fix that, that symmetry. First we blend it. So what we can do if four lines are too similar? Well, we can remove one of them, or even to make it shorter. And we will need to paint a new one, for example here. Too much. Still too much. It's important that you see how I manipulate the kit, that I turn around for blending. So this is typical. When you are making rush, you must add more or remove it until you find the right balance. Let me make one very big, just to show you the point about how to blend it. Let me make one very big, eh? This is in 1/6 scale. Let me make zoom. So first we blend half of the line. Look the position of my brush, and now I turn around and I blend the other side. Okay, if I want to make it shorter, I just remove part of the color. So I will obtain a shorter one. Here you can see that I can increase the intensity. So this is the way how to work. Finally, okay. It's okay. example, this we can make shorter. Okay. So in this way, we can be unbalanced, trying to add more intensity in one side than the other, less in another areas, some areas without rust. But this is the way how to work. Adding more, removing, adding more, removing. So it's not something static. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Could
much.
you please sign it?
The what?
It's just
But wait, because maybe I will destroy your model with the next step. So don't expect something wonderful. How we can make here the rust? Now in a real example. Let's see here in the turret. Obviously now we must be more subtle and everything will be more difficult. Okay. So only in some first paint outside, maybe two. In some chipping, we can paint some lines. Doesn't matter if this happens, that is too big. We will blend it later. Over the brown will be something stupid to do it because it's difficult to see it. So this is why I told you that models with dark yellow will be better. I painted this, and now let's go to blend it. First one side, doesn't matter if it's too long. One side, and now the other side. If you want to make shorter any of the lines, now it's time to do it. Okay, and now we must let dry to avoid the shiny look, because when it is dry, it will be completely matte. Again, less is more. Don't overdo it. In some areas, I like to paint even more quantity. For example, in this rear area, and we will blend it again. Just to make a kind of accumulation around the ring. Some other areas. Faster. Now, depending if you are making an abandoned tank or a very old vehicle, you will add more rust in the horizontal surfaces or less. But don't do all ring around. Even for example here. But this is logic because the accumulation of the rain, of the water from the rain around some areas, will create those effects of rust very easily. And someone will tell me, and why do you know that? You was in the Second World War to see if this happened? But no, but this happened in actual tanks. Don't forget that the modeling is a kind of interpretation too. And we can adapt effects that we see in actual vehicles, even in civil vehicles like an excavator, a truck. If we find an interesting effect in some modern vehicles, just adapt it to your Second World War tank. Because probably this happened in the same way. For example, just look the tracks of an excavator. The tracks probably have the same look than a Tiger one in the Second World War. So we can play with the rust around some places, some parts, some components. Remember that when it is dry, it will become more matte. Also, around some detail, we can apply a kind of wash. For example, here. Or around some details. But if I do that here, don't do it in the other side. Remember. If you haven't too much time for painting in your home, this is a good advice. Just paint half of the tank and the other half of the tank in another different week. And even hiding with tape or something the other side, so you will make more effort to make that weathering in a very asymmetric way. So we have here some rust streaking effects, few lines. We can make also in the gun barrel, in some vertical areas, because this one have symmetry, will be difficult to make many vertical ones. For example, here, another way to make contrast within different fenders, we can use also the rust. For example, here. We can make this fender very rusty. And now we will blend it. Okay, so another way to make contrast between the different panels. Easy, right? It's important that you make a practice of blending the streaking lines. When you have time in your home, just paint some lines and blend from one side and then from the other side. Just practice to control the distance and the intensity of each line of rust. Also remember that if you lose a lot of intensity, just let dry and repeat again over, and you will duplicate the intensity of the rust. So it's not only about to make different lines and different lengths of the lines, but also different intensities and distributed in a very random way and very asymmetric. Okay, so while you are doing this, I will show you here the example that all of you have in front of you. Okay, just painting little lines and blending, and here is the sample in the roof, right? In combination with the chippings that I explained you in the beginning, with the Timo Tiger. Here is the chipping inside the dark yellow. Here is chipping just in dark yellow over the brown, and here chipping color over the dark yellow. So here you can see all examples plus the rust over sun chipping. Only over some of them. And here also in some rivets, in some nuts. So now let's go to one of my favorite steps, that is to play with oils. Unfortunately, the set only contains one oil, but this is my favorite oil. It's the one that I use most. This is why it is included in the kit, in the solution box. That is the dark brown. This is a very dark color that will allow us to make shadows and contrast in some components in our model. If you use this one in combination with another lighter ones, you can create a lot of effects, no? But in this box is only this one that is more than enough. But I recommend you to have at least 4 or 5 different oil brushes to create different effects. For example, always is interesting the dust or how to say, buff color, because those are light colors and are very useful for the dark yellow to make some highlights sometimes. Also, another colors, the starship field is another good color that are very useful to create variety. So minimum 4 or 5 colors could be more than enough to do everything. Also, I use a lot the blue color to create shadows. The blue color is create more deep when you are making the shadows, especially around turrets or in green vehicles, for example, and that helped me a lot. I have here all my oils, but I wanted to use only the tools included in the box. But if we have time, later we will show you some examples. Also, today I wanted to show you how to make camouflage in different ways, very fast with the acrylics, with hard edge and smooth camouflage, but everything made without mask. But let me see if we have enough time later. So this color, that is oil, I will put here a bit in the... You can use directly the brush which is faster sometimes because if, for example, you need to retouch something in your model, you take this, you touch it, and that's all. One more time, like I told you this morning, those techniques are made and developed to go fast painting your models. But here I put a bit of oil that I will use now with my brush, and you can start making some shadows in some areas. For example, in the opposite side of the hatch, here. In one side I made a chipping, but here I can make a shadow. First I paint. Well, I can even remove this, it will be faster. What? Sorry. Here. And now with the bigger brush, I will blend it. There are also two methods to blend the oil. This is one. This is the most difficult one because you need a lot of control with your brush, but sometimes it's the only way. Where is the hatch? Here. Okay. I have created a little shadow around. Let's make something bigger. For example, because here I made rust and here also, here I can paint with this dark color. Also, I can paint here in this panel. I will blend it later. And here in this side, for example here, remember still applying the rule of the asymmetry, okay? Don't repeat in both sides. The internal ring of the turret is a good place. And between two fenders, like I made with the rust, also we can make with this dark color. In the frontal, that here was too dark, could be a good place. And now I will blend it, everything. I will try to explain you now the other way of blending that the people who make planes use very often, but I'm not sure if over this satin matte surface will work in the same way. But maybe because some of you have your model very satin, I can use one of your vehicles. especially over the brown areas, you can use this color a lot because it's the only way to give contrast. Who have the most shiny vehicle here? Or someone, any voluntary with a shiny look, with a satin or glossy surface? Yours?
Okay.
How was your name?
Andre.
Angel. Thank you. Can I destroy your model, no? With my paints. Well, let me see. Also, in the end, I will take each of your model here in the camera, and we will discuss a little about each one. Okay? That will be interesting. The other method of blending is still fresh in some areas of your vehicle. Okay, let me find a place that you doesn't touch it yet. Well, I will do here in the hats. So I will paint like I made before. Still fresh. And now I will let dry a bit. And I will use a completely new brush. Not new about new, but that I doesn't use it before. I wait a little. I painted here in that area. Okay. In my previous method, I used thinner, removing the excess of thinner for blending. I told you that is difficult sometimes because if you use too much thinner, you will not blend the color. You will mix the color with the thinner and everything will be expanded in all directions. But with this method, it's more easy to control. Thank you. Because I am not using thinner, which is important. This brush is completely dry, and I will start blending the color, still very fresh, because the surface was a bit fresh. But I am not using any enamel thinner this time. One more time, you must let dry before blending, something that I doesn't made it. This method is more simple, apparently, and works very well if you let dry enough the oil and if the surface is not totally matte. Now I humidify. I will take another brush. Let me try my turret. Like another example. For example, here around. the people who paint planes, because the surface is very shiny, because they apply glossy varnish, they do that, they let dry a lot, and then they use a dry brush to blend it, and it's so easy and simple to do that. Remember, without thinner. I make a kind of clothes movements or circle movements for blending. Okay, let's go to the hats. Seems more easy, right? Okay, very smooth. Sorry. I try here, but was too fresh with your thinner, so I have a few problems. But now try in some dry areas to do it without thinner.
Okay.
Just paint with the oil, let dry, and blend it with a dry brush. Okay?
Okay. Thanks.
So, okay, enjoy a bit more with the oils or with the rust, and we will move to the dust. Another part that I like to do that with the oils is the gun barrel. If we use correctly this technique, we can create a lot of contrast between the different components. That apparently, when you see from the distance, you cannot see except the camouflage, no? But all of those subtle effects made with oils will make the difference with another models, no? Okay, I will blend this one more time with dry brush, making like circular movements or clothes. removing the excess. Maybe my surface is a bit too matte for this, but if I need to blend the last part, maybe I can use the sponge. Or the last option is a brush with a little thinner for blending that area. I can let dry now, and I will mix it with the dry brush. Now here the gun barrel. And I create my contrast between this part and this. Some of you was asking about the symmetry chipping. So now that I have white color, maybe I can make some chipping in the symmetry. This is not exactly color, but can be close. The boot, the new boot with the white color can be close enough. How is going the previous steps? Was easy with the oils and the streaking? Or a bit complicated? No? Easy, right? Hmm? Of course, it needs a lot of work. You cannot do in half hour all of those effects, no? Because you need to be very patient, especially with the rust, and also with the oils. You must blend it carefully, and you cannot go in a hurry, no? So, but in my opinion, I think that it's easy if you have enough time, if you know how to blend it, and if you know how must be the base color of your model. If I want to use the same brush for acrylic and enamel or oils, then I will use the cleaner to clean it between one product and the other. Now I was using this brush for chipping, no, for oils, but I need to clean it because now I want to come back to the acrylic. So let's mix a bit of white with the old wood. And then I can go inside my symmetry and make some effects or scratches or damage over the symmetry that will appear like this color. To make here this kind of chipping is very easy because I am just following the lines of the symmetry, and it's how it appears in the real thing. Could be nice to make any kind of impact of bullets, for example, and remove part of the symmetry, so we will fill with this color. And if the chipping in the symmetry is so big, then will appear the metal of the tank that can be or red primer or the chipping color. When you make the chipping here in the symmetry, don't do it in every places, just in some little areas, like I am doing right now. Just following the lines and trying to be random one more time. Don't repeat in the same way in every places. I don't want to make here because I will repeat too much, but maybe I can make some here. Even over the dark yellow color. Maybe here in the back a little. I recommend you to do this in combination with impacts, always, because if not, have not too much sense. You can do a little in some areas, but not too much. Here in the turret, a little, and that's all. Especially in the upper areas where it can be more easy to remove the color of the tank. Here to give a little volume, but don't do it in every places, okay? This can be more than enough for a very new Tiger. It's different if we make our own symmetry and then we can make some scratches or some parts that came off. Even here in the plastic you can take a tool and you can remove a bit in some areas, so it will be very cool and very nice touch, and you will personalize your kit. Personally, because I am a lazy modeler, I prefer a tank like this with the symmetry already included, because I don't want to waste my time doing something like that, and I prefer to remove some parts of this symmetry in plastic to make the impacts. Even we can do right now, Right now we can take a tool, I don't know the name in German or in English, but we can remove some parts right now already painted, and we can personalize right now our model.
Ach, so ein Minischleifer meint er. Ja, ein Drehmittel, genau. Ja, oder ihr benutzt halt A-Takt-Symmetrie, da könnt ihr das auch dann selber machen. Aber, ja. Wenn man es so möchte, ne? Wenn man da schon dran ist, wie gesagt, ist es fauler und bequemer. Das ist immer mal so.
So this is my recommendation, to paint some part of the symmetry without the color, okay? But not in that case because it's still very new anyway. Let's move forward. And let's go to apply the pigments, which is one of the most interesting parts in any model. So we have the North Africa dust, including the kit. The North Africa name is just a reference or a symbolic name, no? But this color can be used in many scenarios. And this is why it's a very good color for Europe, for example, in summer. This is so easy and simple. The pigment, eh? Everybody have the pigment to make the dust? Good. So take a brush.
Which one?
A big one. It's not necessarily one of the three that is included. Maybe you have another brushes with you. In fact, I will take a new one. I always use an old brush like this to apply the pigment. And it's important that the brush is not impregnated of odorless thinner. So, how we will place the pigment over our vehicle? Take with the brush the pigment and start applying always around the turret ring. That is one of the places where the accumulation is more evident. Also, you can accumulate here in the front big plate, the armor plate, and under the fan cover. Also, the rear areas collect a lot of dust. Also, under the fan cover, one more time. Around the fuel entry. And also in the front. For example, here. Okay. About the turret, a little less, but also many people never add dust or hair in the top of the turrets, and this is a big mistake because you can see in the actual tanks that the turrets have sometimes even more dust or hair than the chassis of the tank. So we can put here around the cupola, here a bit, another one here. Well. So we will obtain something like this. Okay, we don't need more pigment. Now take a different brush, for example this the 6 number, or if you have something even bigger, use a big brush for the thinner. And now the odorless thinner. Obviously, it's necessary to let dry the previous steps, because now we will mix all together and will be a mess, because the oils are still fresh. This is why we need to let dry the previous steps at least 24 hours. That is logic. But because we need to learn how to apply the pigment, let's go. I will humidify the surface by touching the pigment with a very damped brush loaded of thinner. Okay.
Mig, I think after that step we can make the next break.
The mix?
After this step we can make the next break.
Yes, of course. Yeah, and will be good. In fact, I will do here only very fast.
Yeah, no hurry.
If you are a bit scared, just do it only in one area of your tank, and then you can finish in your home with more time. Don't try to cover all the surface of your tank right now.
Ja, das ist doch, wenn du schneller ausmachst, ist da drauf und dann ist dann so ein bisschen.
Also, don't overflow too much the surface. My brush is loaded of a lot of thinner, but don't be exaggerate. Don't submerge your tank in thinner, please. It's just the right quantity to let expand by capillarity. And don't touch too much the pigments over the surface right now. Just let dry. Again in the turret. Remember, don't move your brush too much with the pigments. You just need to damp a bit the pigment and let dry a bit of time. Your model now will look something like that. Very ugly again. Everybody has made it? Yes?
Yeah.
Only you? Only you or everybody?
You,
Yes,
everybody.
Yes? Okay, now don't touch it and let dry. Let's go to make a break, and when we will return, you will be shocked with the ugly appearance. So, time for a break. Hello guys, one more time here. We continue working with our Tiger one. We were waiting for drying time for the pigments mixed with the thinner, so we used that little time for relax and eat something. So let's continue with the dust. Remember that we apply the pigments and we just dump it with thinner, and now it is drying. Okay, mine is still fresh, and I wanted to show you accelerating the process with the high dryer. What happened? How everything changed of color very fast. Second. Oh, the hatch. You see how fast change the aspect and the look of the pigments, no? When they dry. Here. And obviously the look is not perfect, not nice. Oh, still missing parts from here. Okay. So what we can do when the pigment become dry and some areas are not like we wanted, no? Very irregular and ugly. So we will use a sponge. Doesn't matter if it is this one or the other that you have, the flat one. You can use it to start removing some areas, especially the areas more exposed to the manipulating of the cre. For example, this. We can start rubbing the sponge over the surface and removing the excess of pigment in some areas. With this, with a bit is more than enough. Don't start removing and removing a lot. Sorry, here. Obviously, I am removing more from the top areas of the details. Even you can use your finger because you can control the pressure much more and remove the dust in some areas that you don't want. For example, let's go here. The thin merit will be impossible to remove it. It's impossible to remove it here. So what we can do is to take thinner again and try to blend it a bit more. It's normal and natural that the dust entry in the holes of the thin merit. And this is more realistic than to make dry brush or another effects. Now we will, while it is drying, I will continue with the turret. Now you understand why I told you, try to exaggerate. Because with the dust, many effects will disappear. Obviously also because we doesn't let enough time for drying the previous steps, it is getting worse, no? But if you let dry enough time the previous steps and then apply the pigments, and you remove it with a sponge, you will obtain a nice look. Don't forget to use the finger if you want more clean areas. But the dust will concentrate around the hatches and the details. Let me use the hot dryer again for the frontal part, because the symmetry is very important. Now you can see with this second round of thinner that the pigments are working much better with the shimmered. But again, we need a bit more work. Maybe here we can take a bit. And again, drying. Okay. We see now that the accumulation of the dust in the shimmer is more natural. We cannot remove with the finger, obviously, because this is inside the tiles. But this is part of the process of the weathering. Here around the hatch we can clean a bit. Also, we appreciate that the accumulation of the dust is in the well seams. That is also normal, like in a royal tank. So this is why, Daniel, you was asking me about to paint the tiles in the well seams. Before you start spending too much time with the well seams painting one by one, you must think, okay, which parts will be covered by dust and which other will be free of dust, and those are the ones that you must paint. Or in another hand, you will lose a lot of time painting those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So working with the sponge, working with the brush, more thinner, removing, drying, adding more. This is the way to work with the pigments until we achieve the look that we are looking for. With the pigment, we can pour a bit of pigment. We can put a bit of pigment in the palette. And we can take with our big brush here. We take thinner, we mix it a bit more, and with that mixture I can apply a bit in the lower areas of the shimmered in my side. Not you, Daniel.
Yeah.
So I will paint here only in the lower area. Now I will dry, because obviously the washes, the dirt doesn't accumulate in those places, but the dust accumulate easily. Remember what I told you to do when the pigment is dry, and if you don't like the look, we take again thinner with my brush and I will try to blend it to make it softer and smooth.
Ja, absolut.
And again, I will dry it. If you are still thinking that is too much, we will repeat the process again to remove the excess of pigment. Fortunately, the pigment is something that you can add or remove easily in this way. So we can stay working one side of the tank and the other without problems, because even if you go for lunch and you come back, you still can remove it, because it is removable if you use just enamel odorless thinner. If you use like agglutinant, different product, like for example a Nature Effect, enamel Nature Effect mixed with the pigment, then it will be fixed forever. So be careful. Let me dry again. And you see here some clean areas, free of dust, that must be corrected. Unfortunately, now this fender is unglued.
You need some glue?
Maybe a bit Loctite or super glue or Coleman B21 or something like that.
Just a minute.
I will use again the mixture for another areas. For example, around the tiles of the cupola. Around the periscopes. It's like a kind of wash, but with pigments that is very easy to remove in case that we don't like it. Also, in the lower parts of the cimmerit of the turret, thank you. Welcome. This is very common with the pigments, that looks like we are doing nothing, and when you dry it, all does appear. So I clean this. This is the way, it's so simple. And it's how we must work the dust. One more time. Okay. Following the instruction of the book, we will see exactly the same that we saw before. Apply the pigment, humidify with white spirit or odorless thinner, and this will be the ugly look. With a sponge or with brush, we can remove the excess, and we will obtain a dusty appearance in our model. What is next? Using splashes and enamel odorless thinner, we can make a kind of streaking effects. Will be a bit difficult in the in a tank with thin merit. It's not the same. But fortunately, we had Daniel kit without the fenders, so maybe we can make some effects over there. I will do also in my fenders. So, where is my product? Right here. This is another of my favorite colors. The dry step is one of my favorite, together with the dark brown oil or the chipping color. Is some of those are my favorite colors. Again, don't forget to retouch the pigments as much as you want. So work areas by area slowly. Even now, I think that I already can remove the tape in my kit. I think that is not necessary anymore. Oops. Look what happened because I put tape right here and it became unified with the thinner and the washes. The paint was a bit softer and I remove it now with my tape. This is because the washes entry under the tape, very close to the tape. But this doesn't happen if the surface is completely dry and you are painting with airbrush, so don't worry. Well, let me finish just a bit the frontal with the pigments. Here. So a bit. And now let's work with this product that is very interesting, and I will explain you different applications. Let me glue the fender, or it will give me problems. So, what about this special product? This is not like a normal paint, it's not like an enamel paint, even if it's enamel. But this contains also little particles that provide you a realistic texture of accumulated hair. The splashes is more thin, and the matte, that is the other product, is much more thick. And we can use that also for the running gear, for the hull, and for many other parts of the tank. But with this is good enough to make splashes, to make some accumulation of hair, and many other things. We can use also a kind of streaking effects. I will show you. I will show you. That will be faster than explain you. Is this a step? We will see here. Making those small lines and then blending, creating those effects. Okay, with thin merit is more complicated. With flat surfaces will be much more easy. One important thing that you must understand about this product is that don't spend too much time shaking it, because it's very dense and have a very high density, so all materials go to down inside the bottle. So my recommendation is to take with your brush amount of this product, like this, from the bottom, okay, something like this, and put in your palette. And that's all. With this is more than enough. Now we will clean. The first thing we can do is the rime marks on the fenders. Daniel, you don't do that, obviously, because you have fenders, but now you will give me your model and I will continue working over yours. Enamel thinner, and let's make some lines, vertical lines, and like we made before, take the flat brush and blend it. Always with the same method. Humidify with thinner, remove the excess, and start blending from up to down. Until you blend completely the lines, but to allow to see the lines a bit. In the rear area, you can accumulate more in the simmered, over the simmered, sorry. And don't be scared if you are hiding the camouflage. Almost here the camouflage are disappearing, almost disappear. But I don't take care because I try to make something realistic. And sometimes the mud and dust will hide the camouflage. Even sometimes we think that a tank is painted only in dark yellow and probably is just covered of dust. Okay, and we can do the same for the rear fender and the exhaust pipes cover. You can do the exhaust pipes. And I think that we doesn't use the airbrush in our process, eh? Oops. Out of camera. Each product of splashes have different texture. I mean, there are ones that are totally matte, another are a bit satin, and another one are completely glossy. This is because it represents the matte in different situations, fresh or dry. Keep in mind that when it is dry, it will be impossible to remove it. So everything that you make with this product must be definitely. As well as the frontal area of your model. Even you can apply a lot of quantity in the front, covering almost everything, almost painting everything. Like I am right now doing in my model. So the camouflage almost is behind the accumulation of matte. We can still fix in some areas of the pigment. So many times when I am working in my models, I do that. I can jump from the pigments to the splashes or vice versa. Now I am applying some pigments around the frontal visor, the headlight, small touches of dust. Okay. Dust in the frontal mantlet, but always in the lower areas. And why not in the Rommelkisten? Let it dry and I will fix later. So okay, here is drying very fast the splashes. Like I told you before, I have not feared to cover the camouflage. Like you can see here, that the camouflage is getting more and more soft. And this happens also in the horizontal area, so I can work also with the splashes in some horizontal areas if we want. Okay. But the rear areas is the most important, and the size. Like you can see here, the exhaust pipe cover. Those small text, that small texture that you can see, can you see it in the screen? Is because it's splashes, and this contains that texture that make it more so realistic. during 1 hour or even 2 hours you can still retouching the splashes, but after it is dry, will be dry forever. Just the opposite to the pigments with odorless thinner. That the pigments, if right now I want to modify, I can remove it or do whatever I want. But not with the splashes. Also have the same problem, the nature effects that I will show you later. But now let's go to make some splashes with this product, which is also something easy and nice and fun. But I need my toothpick. First, Daniel, give me your model when you can. Just to make the dust in your model. Here I found it. Okay. Well, remember that we had two options for the deer. One, like you can see here in the lower area and in the other side in the upper area. So the pigment works in a similar way. The pigment and the splashes. I am using pigment now. In that case, we will apply the pigment wash only in that area. But when we will make the splashes, we will apply the splashes in all surface. And here we will apply the splashes only in the lower area, masking with a tape. And here we can put just a little dust in the rear area, just a little. Let's go to right. One side. You will need to glue this one, okay? But you see the difference, okay? This is because suppose that the fenders, the original fenders in this side protect the upper areas from the dust, and this is why this looks more new than the lower area. And in this side, suppose that the dust are coming from the top, and when they remove the fenders, this area appear more clean. So it's two interpretations with the same vehicle, and this is up to you to choose one or the other. Of course, now we must make also the splashes. And now that I see here that accumulation, good to explain that you can try to remove and make softer, because maybe it's a bit exaggerate. And with my brush, I will fix some hide areas like this. Don't forget to apply matte also inside this area, a lot of matte. Only if the tankers doesn't use the tone cables. If the tankers use it a lot, the tone cables, then you can leave more clean that area. But in that case, you must explain in your model that, for example, they change the wheels, or that he just touched a landmine and this blow up, so they needed to make many reparations. But you must put and explain in your model what happened, what was the story of that tank. And you must memorize, you must create the completely story in your mind, from the beginning to the end. So what happened when the tank just arrived from the train station, how the crew prepared the tank, then they went through a dusty road to a village. In that village they was repairing again and reloading ammunition. The next day was raining, but they went to the front to fight. This tank destroyed two T-34s. In the battle, he received a hit in the front. So if you imagine each detail of the life of your vehicle, will be extremely easy and simple to create all effects with logic. So, for example, if this tank also touched a landmine and the frontal wheels blow up and they needed to repair the tracks and everything, probably they needed to remove the tone cables, and that area can be more clean. But if the tank was completely new and nothing happened, maybe you can apply more accumulation of dust around the tone cables. Can you see how different interpretation for different events, for different situations? This is why you must imagine the entire life of your vehicle. If you ask me sometimes for one of my vehicles, I can tell you each detail why this happened in that vehicle. I remember this is one of my best examples. Maybe some of you have seen before. And also copying from original photos, because everything that I usually do is always based in real photos. And each effect, like for example those here, because the wheel is also taken from photos, no? So it have a logic. Also the chipping made with a sponge over the driver hatch. This is the same process that we were making before. Maybe it's a bit overexposed. Here is the same process using the pigments, humidify with thinner and letting dry and removing with a sponge. So it's exactly the same process that's in your Tiger, in your Tiger one, sorry. But what I wanted to show you, well, we will see this today also with the Tiger. But all of those effects that appear very black, everything is taken from photos and with logic. And until I don't understand why this happened in a tank, I don't do it, because I need to understand why this happened. For example, in the end, this is another good example here. Maybe with the other camera. This is the real photo. with those strain effects that is just fuel from the cans, and I try to copy in my model. So easy. And also the chipping in red primer, with a red primer. So this is why I recommend you to see real photos of tanks and try to adapt here. And even you can copy the same effects from a modern tanks like this or this in a Tiger 1 or a Panzer 4 or any other. But everything must explain something in your model. Any chipping, any effect, any damage must say something. For example, if you remove here the hammer, just place it in the rear part of the tank together with some tools or other materials, no? Just to explain that maybe the tankers needed the hammer to fix something in the engine and they forgot to put the hammer in the place. You must try to follow that process. Or maybe not all tone cables must be in the right place. Maybe one of those is out of position because they forgot it, or because they were in a hurry. Or sometimes I have seen the road bars, those bars here that are made in wood or sometimes in metal. Those bars, I have seen sometimes one of them connected to the other one. So this is a beautiful and nice touch and detail that the judges can see in the contest. Oh my God, he took one of those and connect to this one because the crew in a hurry forget to dismount, or because maybe the connection was rusty and they were not able to disconnect one or the other, no? Those details are super important when you are making your models, okay? Oh, this is almost out. Much better. Okay. Now, let's go to make the splashes, okay? And I will start with yours. You must take the flat brush. You must take the splashes already in your palette, like I recommend you since the beginning. Something like that. And you will need a bit of thinner to dilute and to make more smooth and soft, because originally it's too thick. You can make the splashes in two ways, with a toothpick or with the airbrush. I always prefer the airbrush because have more control and more pressure. But I will start here with the toothpick because not all of you have airbrush. So let me show you how to do it. One second. Let me put the camera like this. My brush contains a lot of matte effect, splashes effect, sorry. And I will put the brush in the position of the direction of the splashes. So in that way. And I will start making splashes.
Also dadurch könnt ihr das wesentlich besser kontrollieren, als wenn ihr das mit der Airbrush macht. Wirklich. Also empfehle ich euch immer, das so zu machen, weil ja, Airbrush und dann. Ja. Habe ich gehört. Ja.
Okay. This is the beginning. Don't try to make the splashes at once. I mean, don't try to make right now, boom, now it's done. No. Do one thin layer, let dry, control it, remove it, some dots that you doesn't like it, and repeat the process again. And again if it's necessary. So now I apply the first layer. I will study each dot if I like it or not. And if I doesn't like something, I can remove it with thinner and my brush. For example, I splashed by mistake the sauce covers, so I will clean it. Also here, maybe there are some dots that I doesn't like it too much, so I will make softer. Even I can blend it with vertical movements, because I will make more coats. More coats will means more texture at the end. For example, like this. Can you see the texture? A lot, eh? So you can do that also in your model. But using different coats, different layers. Again. Key. Okay. In the same position and very soft, I will press the brush, splashing. I am moving forward. In each round, I go closer to the front. In the beginning, I was splashing only in the rear. Now, I am moving to the front. This is the second coat. Because Daniel, you made your model with fenders, I can splash everything.
Selber schuld.
But what happened in the other side? Tape. Because this is another story. And now I change the position of my model because the splashes are coming from different direction. Right? So let's go. And here I will try to make a lot of accumulation. Okay. Very slowly we will accumulate more and more and more until achieve the texture that I showed you before. I think that this was made with the matte product and not with the splashes. This is why it's more thick. But with the splashes you can... Yes?
10 minutes?
Yes.
10 minutes? Finished?
10 minutes and finish.
10 minutes, okay?
For finish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Just let me explain this one a bit more, okay? You see the contrast now? But you need to apply more coats of matte. And while it is drying, obviously we need more and more and more. Let me explain you one more thing made with, because this is interesting, with fresh engine and winter soil. Okay? Very fast. And this is simple and always is a nice touch for all your models at the end and give a lot of personality, but if you overdo, could be ugly. So apply this pigment over the engine areas or hatches, for example, around the exhaust pipe, for example here, or even around the ring of the turret. Not in every place, so if you make it here in the rear, don't do it in the front. And now, with the fresh engine oil, that this is again one of my super favorite products that I use always in every places, and I like to make those effects. Remember what I showed you before in my Tiran tank with the oil effects? Is what we will do now. First, I will dilute. Okay, this is my product. I will put a big drop of it in my palette. And now with odorless thinner again, I will start damping the surface of the pigment. Just letting to expand by capillarity, but very diluted at the beginning. Very diluted. Not in all areas, in fact. Now only with thinner. I am working now with thinner only. While it is drying a bit, let me show you again the effect that I made in almost in all my tanks. Remember that is this. Okay. And also in the fuel cells. First pigment, second adding the thinner with the oil effects, and finally we will obtain a very dark look like those, but accumulating several layers. You will be tired today to listen layers and layers and layers, but it's how something can get a nice look and very deep. So when it is dry, it will look like this. And finally, with a brush and this product, we will splash the area accumulating drops until we obtain something like that. But this needs a lot of work, many layers, okay? So let's accelerate the process of drying. the first coat, like you can see, will looks matte. Okay, even if this product is very glossy, looks very matte now. But this is because I diluted with thinner, and also it is mixed with the pigments. Now I will add more product to the mixture from the that I made before. Here I am adding more quantity, and now I can make the splashes. I am finishing, Christian?
Please?
I am finishing. Just let me to finish this technique.
Yeah, fine.
Because it's very interesting for them, I think.
Yes, for sure.
So with the brush, okay, this, I will take the product, and now I will start splashing in those areas. More diluted, smaller drops. But I am in a hurry now, and I don't take care too much of the size of the drops. Just I want to show you the method. Okay? If you do that very well, you will give to your model a very realistic sensation of machine working with the engine.
Ja, perfekt. Sieht jetzt schon gut aus, obwohl er in Eile. It looks like now good and you are in a hurry.
Yes, and I cannot control now the drops. But when you control it very well and slowly, for me this is the most pleasing moment when I make a tank or a vehicle. To play with those products at the end is the best. Now with the brush we can even add more quantity in some areas. This is a kind of resume, this is the short version. So for example, adding a kind of washes through the panels and the tiles. When I do that in my models, I take long to do that, because I try to be accurate around the details, always fixing the shapes of the drops. And trust me that you can see this very often in vehicles in running conditions. Just imagine that this tank arrived to the depot just to repair. They remove the turret, they start disassembling the many components of the turret or the engine, and maybe this tank spent few weeks under repairment. So this can happen more often than we think. So well, this is just an example, okay? Obviously you must do it with more love, no? or more time. Passion, yeah, but because I cannot go faster. About the splashes, you just need to continue making the splashes in the fenders, in the rear, in the front, trying to accumulating. This is more or less all process that you can find in that solution box, made in few hours. No, obviously, if you make in your home now with time, with no hurry, with a better light and everything, you should achieve very nice effects. Can you give me 5 minutes for each one to see their models on camera? Because I think that could be interesting for them. I know that you was not able to finish until the end, I know it. But please, give me one by one your model. Don't wake up, just give your model to the guy next to you and give to me, so I can take a few words for each one. Okay?
Die Anfang an mit? Ja, dazwischen weitergeben nur den. Ja. Ja, das nur vorsichtig. Klar. Mit Kleber drauf.
That's the first one, please.
Give here, left here.
Yes.
Left here.
This is a kit from Ein Besuch.
Vale. Okay. Well, this is a final look. This model will stay here in model balcony. So if someone want to see again, just to remember how was made the techniques, and especially to see the contrast between one side and the other, with weathering and without weathering. Those techniques are simple, basic, and enough to start doing something realistic. But you can be more complicated, adding more techniques, or even using the same technique in a different way. Okay. Here, obviously, we have the problem of the pigments that was drying, and you was not able to remove it enough. Now it's time to remove it. Fortunately, you can do in your home. You can take the sponge and start retouching and blending again, adding more dust, or doing many other effects. Obviously, also you need to add the pigments over the thin merit in some areas, but you make a nice effect of dust on the fenders, which is good. About the chipping, be careful with the sponge, or you will find problems like this one that maybe is too much. So the chipping with the sponge is easy, but you must try to control more. Try to remove more quantity of paint in the tissue paper. Okay? And the same here, you must continue working the covers with the sponge to clean it a bit more, and coming back again and finally made the splashes with this product. Remember, that will be your next step. In general, the washes and the filters look good, but the problem is now with the pigments. Okay, that you must continue working, but you see that is easy because you can remove it. Okay, next one, guys. Next one, very quick. This is from
Daniel number
Daniel
one.
1.
Daniel 1. Here, the first thing that I see very quick is that when you added the pigments, you added not too much quantity. I can see here. And you just drop the thinner and you doesn't touch it. You can touch a little, Daniel. You can touch a little more and expand just to cover the surface, because we need to cover the camouflage with dust. Here we have the example from Daniel 2, where he already made the pigment with less fear, trying to cover in the horizontal surfaces very well. So it's a good comparison. Here again, your pigment appear still fresh, and it must be expanded with the brush. Let me take mine, and you must take it and expand it with no fear.
Okay.
Just a little, not too much. But the problem is that you just let drop the thinner and that's all. No, expand it around the details. And some areas can be cleaned like this. That's all. But you was a bit conservative, a bit shy with the pigment. You was scared, my camouflage is perfect, I don't want to damage, oh my god, I spent 3 weeks to make the camouflage. I am right? But in another hand, you made the pigments in the front more realistic. That is attractive. You was less scared covering the pigments, but even you can do a little more because that plate in the front collect a lot of dust. Okay. Obviously, your camouflage was fantastic, very nice. The chipping may be a bit homogeneous. Are well done, but maybe a bit homogeneous, almost the same quantity and same intensity in all size of the fenders. You must work more with the chipping,
Okay.
and less fair with the pigments. Here is well done. Maybe it looks like a L, but it's good enough. Okay. The washes also was very conservative. In general, I recommend you to make a one color vehicle to superate, to avoid your own fears. Because you are completely scared with the weathering, with the washes. Oh my god, I will cover my camouflage. With the pigment, oh my god, even cover more. The chipping, I don't want to touch my camouflage. Come on. Remember that me was here today, so I am crazy for the weathering. So it's probably is what you expected. So please avoid camouflage right now for your next model. Just to work with the weathering. Make a stupid sermon, green color, just to see what you can do. Okay. Because here you are enjoying. Oh man, I love myself with my camouflage, so beautiful, perfect, and it's true. I cannot do this camouflage by myself. I cannot do it. But come on, now it's time for weathering. Save this one for the future, and your next model applying a single plain color.
Okay.
Just to have fun with the weathering. But I invite you how you paint the camouflage. Come on, let's one. Next one. This one is from your name is
Patrick.
Patrick. Okay. You told me in the beginning, but I forgot it. My childhood and when I was young I had a very bad life. So this is why now I have no brain for remember the names. You was able to make the dust more or less well, also a bit conservative, but you at least was able to introduce the dust very well in the well seams, which is nice because you are creating contrast, but maybe you needed to add more dust around the turret, for example, especially in those areas collect a lot of dust, and I explain it in my model that collect a lot of dust. About chipping, well, not bad some parts, maybe also a bit side, but well done. For example, look the hats that are more or less correct. You use the method with the dark yellow and then the brown, so you create a nice contrast which looks good. Maybe you could make more chipping here in the front, large areas, especially in those very thin plates. I like this contrast that you made here between this and this with the rust, for example. You made the chipping here in this damaged fender, which is good. But probably the dust was the main problem for you. The chipping, okay, you can do more if you want, but you know how to do it. But the dust, try to make more, especially with those complicated camouflage that need to be unified. So that is your task for the next one, or to continue this one in your home. more dust, especially in horizontal surfaces. Also, you needed to apply a little pigments in the thin-merit areas, like I explained here. That I was explaining here how to add the dust in the sides, or even in the front mantelet, or in the turret. Even I was conservative this time, but you was even more. So work more with the pigments in your home, okay?
Perfect.
But good work also.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yours, that I know yours very well because I was working a bit with it. Well, I see some effects that must be corrected a bit.
Okay.
For example, this area. So before it dry, you must fix it a bit. You can make a little softer also some areas here, trying to control a bit more, but it's in the process. I understand that it's in the process, but unless you was brave enough to add pigments and to cover the camouflage in the sides, for next time, try to accumulate more in the rear and less in the front.
Okay.
Remember contrast, remember asymmetry. And now, if I cut your model from here, it's symmetric. Rear part is same than frontal one. Now you can understand how important is the word that I told you this morning about asymmetry. Here again, you apply the pigment, but you need to continue controlling it and fixing it and moving and adding more. For the turret, next time, if you want to blend the pigments or the dust effect, do it always in vertical movements, because this is a bit inclinated. What more? The chipping is a bit conservative. You must practice more with the chipping than with the dust. Because you are scared with the chipping, sorry. Especially some areas you lose the control a bit. Looks nice, but you need more practice. You need to pay much more things with chipping until you are able to understand how the chipping works in a vehicle or in a surface. Also try to observe real photos. Next time when you are driving your car, you are behind a truck, try to observe all chipping, the structures of the chipping, where they appear, and that will help you a lot. Again, you are brave with the dust, no problem for you. You was doing very well, even if you need to control a bit more, but the chipping maybe was the main problem.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to you, sir. Next one.
Next one.
Sylvain, come on. With the accident of the white spirit.
Yes. So the turret is only done with the filter and the wash, and only this side.
Yes, I guess.
And if you can just use the air dryer for the fenders, because it's still wet.
Okay. We dry very fast. Obviously, you have more or less the similar problem than Daniel 1. That you know how to make a beautiful camouflage, you control it very well, you have a good eye to create the pattern, because I like a lot, and it's very well balanced and everything well precise. The application of the base color is super. And the washes also, you can see here, guys, a good example of washes, very well controlled. Maybe it's out of focus a bit. But the washes are absolutely perfect, better than mine. So you control the technique. You have good hands, very good hands. But when you must work with your artistic brain, then is when the problems came to your life. So you are a very methodic person, very strictly painting, working, you control everything, and you do like a robot, like a plotter, doing everything perfect. And very well done, absolutely perfect. But for example, what happened with the chipping? That you are losing the logic of where the chipping appear and why in so intensity. For example, that chipping here is extremely big, so this means that something terrible big just hit in that place. But also here, because this is also big, and also here. So you must try to find the logic of the nature or the random things that sometimes is very difficult. Also, when I see your chipping here in the fenders, also you broke the rules that I explained in the beginning. The rules was, remember, the composition around the tank, the shape of the chipping, and the third was the size of each chip in comparison with the other ones. So here you lose the composition one. All chipping are more or less in the same position with the same intensities, because you was too worried about how to make a perfect chipping, and you forgot that you are painting a whole tank, and you must find the balance, the contrast, asymmetry, random things. So that is your mind problem, Sylvain. You must try to work with your artistic part of your brain, because you are excessive methodic, excessive calculating everything like a robot, and to achieve something realistic, you must forget that part of you, and try to have more freedom. Sometimes maybe with 2 or 3 beers or 1 whiskey or 2 whiskeys, you can relax. Because you're a person that you block yourself in front of the people, and you do the same with the modeling. So you need to relax, man. Relax and try to have freedom doing those things. And I can see that. I can talk for hours with you about that. And I will talk with you more tomorrow. Obviously, I told you like Daniel 1, I invite you how you paint the camouflage, man. You have a good hands. Be careful with the turret, it's not ensemble completely.
Thank you.
Oh my god! What happened here with the pigments?
Yeah. Not drying.
Drying, yes. Even if it's still drying, maybe you apply too much quantity. That maybe is a bit excessive for the roof. It's too much quantity. And obviously, it's like I say to another person here, I cannot remember who, you must try to expand more the pigments. Don't let accumulate so much. And in the turret, try to be a bit more conservative than in the rest of the vehicle. Some of you are too much conservative, you are too happy and generous. So let's try to find a balance. Here in the front, okay, maybe you can be more generous, but also you must touch it with your brush, remove the excess, and expand with the thinner. Okay?
Okay.
Like I am doing right now. Can you see the difference?
Yeah.
Now is more correct. The same here. There are too much concentration of pigment, and we must remove a bit of it. Okay? Which is good that you have no fear and you are generous and you are applying the pigment, but you must control it. Fortunately, the pigment can be removed easily. So I am happy that you learn how to apply the dust with the pigments, because when you will stay alone in your home, you will remember this, and nothing happened. If it's too much, I can remove it. That is the good point. And obviously, don't forget to introduce also pigment, because you put too much in the turret, but you forgot completely to put pigment between the tools, for example, in that area. So
not enough time.
I know. But it's better to start only in some areas for next time doing something like that. Just do some areas and avoid the others, Don't try to do only the turret, and maybe it's better just make the hull of your tank. But okay, I accept your explanation. But less pigment in the turret, okay?
Yeah.
You must apply pigments and dust and all effects that you want in the roof of the turrets, always, but less than in the lower areas of your tank. And you must apply here too. And you will see when it dry. You may some streaking here of dust, very well done in the fenders, but this must be in combination also with the dust. About the chipping, complicated, because you has broke two rules. The first one that was about composition, because you distributed almost same quantity or almost the same surface of chipping here than here. Okay, here or here. The shapes and the position of each one is in different position, yes, but the total surface of your chipping are the same here than here.
Yeah.
Right. The same around the hatches. The same.
Yeah.
And the same in the roof. Even if you try to make different scratches like this one, which is good, that scratch near the hatch, you make too many scratches very well distributed in all surface. Very well distributed, which is wrong. So try to accumulate more in one side and less in the other. If now I divide this tank by half, for me will be the same to see this half of this tank than the other one. Exactly the same. No difference. Yes, you need more time. But just I want to be sure that you understand that concept. For next time, everything must be different. Compare, and if you see the same concentration of chipping in both sides, you are making a mistake. So more in one hatch and less in the other, for example. Okay? Also the chippings looks more or less with the same size. I miss, for example, more small dots or scratches. And I also miss bigger chipping. So almost all your chipping have the same, the same size.
Okay, yeah.
Which made me worry, but not too much, because you can fix easily for next time. If you remember my words.
Yeah,
okay?
I will.
So those are my advices. The camouflage is good. And the washes also looks maybe a bit conservative, but good enough, not bad. But the chipping is your task for home. Thank you so much. And you, Daniel Chu. Well, now I can remove this one with the turret. Well, you made a fantastic splashes in both sides. Very well done. You look Spaniard. No, just kidding. I am sorry that I took to your model for too many examples, but I think that was necessary, right? Because was interesting that you doesn't add the fenders, so we were able to explain different interpretation in the same tank. About the dust, that is the most prominent thing, the most evident thing that I can see here. The dust around the details is good. Need to be controlled a bit more. You need to work a bit more the dust. Of course, adding the dust in the frontal parts, in the shimmered, and trying to leave some areas clean to see the camouflage. Don't cover everything. For example, in the turret, maybe it's necessary to make softer too many of those accumulation of dust that you have around the cupola. The rust effects that I can see here are more or less well done. but maybe I can see here, I don't know if you can see in the screen, but it's one line here, one here, one here, one here, one here. Almost perfect. So you know what this means, right? That you must make more random. For example, you can make two together and not or nothing here, for example. You must try to be more aleatory, more random, because those 4 and 5 lines looks too perfect. Looks like you was using something to calculate. Okay, like this, perfect. All of them in a perfect alignment. So try to break that thing. For example, making a line starting from this point and not from this. And with that, you will break the homogeneous. The chipping, I can see a little, not too much. Maybe you was a bit conservative, but I see that you can make good chipping. I can see here in the right places. It's not necessary to make too many chipping in every places, obviously. But the ones that you apply must be very well done in the right place and with logic. Yours, well, it looks logic. For example, in the gun barrel, in that part of the mantlet, here in the turret. Maybe you needed more time to make much more, obviously. But it's not bad. I cannot say any bad thing about how you was painting your model. The washes looks also great, very well done, so easy for you. When you paint the tools, I recommend you start painting in a brown or rust color, better than metal. Or if you do that, apply a lot of washes of rusty colors and make chipping. That could be interesting to do in that way. I love also your camouflage. I think that you have a good hand painting the camouflage. Also the decals looks more or less good. Someone painted the numbers, right? You painted. In the Sigmerit, I recommend you or to paint by hand the numbers or to use wet transfers, not decals. Wet transfers. I don't know if you have wet transfer here in the shop.
We have echelon and we have star decals, and
I don't know.
sure that.
Yeah, but echelon is just dry transfers.
Yeah.
But I mean wet transfer. That is a mixture between the decals and the transfers. You apply with water like a decal, but with a film that contains the number. You put in the turret, and then you remove the film, and will be like a transfer. I use it as Japanese ones, but I don't know. I doesn't know if
Don't have this.
but it's something that works very well for the Sigmerit. If not, your method is the best one, painting by hand, but it's difficult.
In fact, it's a method for idiots because you sit there and
Yeah, it's difficult, but it's the best. But anyway, your decals looks good enough. Some parts I can see the glossy parts, but it's not bad. From the distance, it's not bad. So congratulations, because you have a good ability also for the camouflage. Just try to pay more attention to the dust. I mean, to control a bit more in the future. I know that you must continue working, but I cannot see something wrong or bad in your model in this point. Okay, yeah. And thank you for help me with your model for the demonstration. Okay, more? Very quick.
We are finished.
What about you?
Ich habe ja nicht mitgemacht.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all.
I already saw everything?
Yeah, we are ready.
Well, what do you think, guys? Do you enjoy this workshop? Have you learned something?
Yes.
So, well, I know that it's very stressful to paint something in short time. So try to imagine my position, that I need to do everything here very quick. But I think that the experience need to be useful for you guys, just to remember the small things that I was explaining you, that is more important than to finish the kit. Just to keep on mind that the symmetry, to make random things, to let dry the things, to work with different layers. Do you remember that I told you always working with layers? So this is the best way to avoid to make mistakes. When we are making something very small, layer by layer, we will construct a beautiful aspect in our models. And you can apply all of these that you have seen today in any kind of vehicle. Doesn't matter if it's modern ones, Americans, Russian, or Second World War. And that's all from my side. I was super happy to stay here with you guys. I enjoy like a children, because for me that was a wonderful experience. Thank you to Christian, because he organized everything together with your team, and you make a wonderful work, taking care of us with food, retransmitting all of this by internet, and doing all of this for your customers, that they really deserve it. So thank you from my heart. I am so happy to stay here in Germany, and I hope to see you again in another model contest in the future, but in front of your finished models, okay? So thank you for your patience today. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.